Hello and welcome to BYJU'S Exam Prep. Welcome to the analysis of 2020 UPSC Prelims question paper. We will be discussing all the 100 questions beginning with polity, followed by economics. Then we will look at international relations, followed by geography, ancient history, medieval history, art and culture, modern India. Then we will be looking at environment and ecology and following it up with science and technology. But first up, how was the question paper? Ask the aspirants. Some of them would say this is relatively easier than last year. Some would say this is difficult than last year. Some would say this is at par with the precedents set by UPSC over the past few years, wherein there are some questions which are very difficult, some questions moderately difficult, and some questions easy as well. But then $1 million question, what is going to be the cutoff? Our initial estimate would suggest that the cutoff would be in the range of 90 to 95. So if you're scoring above 90, consider yourself that you are eligible to appear in the mains examination. Without wasting any time, please focus on your mains preparation. And for that, we have a program lasting for 3 months, where we will discuss the current affairs of the past 1 year. We will also focus on the static content, the static subjects, and we will be focusing more on essay and the case studies of GS paper 4. This program, which is a crash course cum revision program, is absolutely free of cost and exclusively available on BYJU'S Exam Prep app. And the course starts June 13, 2022. So let's get started and look at the polity questions which were asked in today's prelims examination, beginning with consider the following statements. Pursuant to the report of H.N. Sanyal Committee, the Contempt of Courts Act 1971 was passed. The Constitution of India empowers the Supreme Court and High Courts to punish for contempt of themselves. The Constitution of India defines civil and criminal contempt. In India, the Parliament is vested with the powers to make laws on contempt of court. And this is something that we have discussed in the crash course as well, which was there on YouTube. Contempt of court. It was passed by the Parliament. This act was passed by the Parliament in 1971 because of this report of H.N. Sanyal Committee. So statement 1 is correct. The Constitution empowers the Supreme Court and High Courts to punish for contempt of themselves. And we have discussed this, that only the courts of record, they have the power to punish people for contempt. And which are these courts of records? Supreme Court and all the high courts that we have in this country. So statement 2 is correct. The Constitution of India does not define civil and criminal contempt. So statement 3 is incorrect. Statement 4, in India, Parliament is vested with powers to make laws on contempt of court. This statement is correct. Why? Because that is how in 1971, Contempt of Courts Act was passed by the Parliament. So statement 1, 2 and 4 are correct. 1, 2 and 4 is the right answer. Let's look at another question. With reference to India, consider the following statements. The government law officers and legal firms are recognized as advocates. And you can stop the question here. Legal firms cannot be recognized as advocates. Individuals who have passed the bar exam will be recognized as advocates. So that means this statement 1 is incorrect. Bar councils have the power to lay down the rules relating to legal education and recognition of law colleges. We have various institutions. For example, we have AICTE, which recognizes technical education, Medical Council of India, Indian Council for Agricultural Research. Similarly, we have the Bar Council of India, which lays down rules relating to legal education as well as the recognition of law colleges. So statement 2 is correct. Which of the above statements are correct? B, 2 only is the right answer. Let's look at another question regarding a constitutional amendment bill. A bill amending the Constitution requires a prior recommendation of the President of India? No, it doesn't. When a constitutional amendment bill is presented to the President of India, it is obligatory for the President to give his or her assent. This was not originally part of the Constitution. This feature was added to the constitution when Srimati Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister. The year was 1971. 24th Constitutional Amendment Act of 1971 says a constitutional amendment bill presented to the President, he has no other option but to give his assent. So statement 2 is correct. A constitution amendment bill must be passed by both the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha by a special majority, and there is no provision for joint sitting. Again, this is something we have discussed in the crash course as well. This statement is correct because in both the houses, special majority is required, and in case one house rejects this bill, there is no concept of joint sitting. So statement 2 and 3 correct. B is the right answer. Very simple factual question. I hope all of you would have got this right. Again, let's look at another question. The Constitution of India classifies ministers into 4 ranks. Cabinet Minister, Minister of State with independent charge, Minister of State and Deputy Minister. Constitution does not talk about these ministers. Constitution does not classify them. In fact, the only word which is mentioned in the Constitution related to Council of Ministry is the word cabinet. And this too was added in 1978, 44th Constitutional Amendment Act. But we have the rules, allocation of business rules, which classifies ministries into cabinet ministers, ministers of state with independent charge, minister of state, deputy minister, but we no longer have deputy ministers. Deputy minister last time was appointed during the prime ministership of Shri Rajiv Gandhi. So statement 1 is incorrect because Constitution of India does not classify. The total number of ministers in the union government, including the prime minister, shall not exceed 15% of the total number of members in the Lok Sabha. This statement is correct. This was added by the 91st Constitutional Amendment Act. The year was 2003 when Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the Prime Minister. This provision was added to the Constitution. So which of the statements given above are correct? B, 2 only is the right answer. Again, a factual question. I hope all of you would have got this right. Another question. Which of the following is or are the exclusive powers of Lok Sabha? Number 1, to ratify the declaration of emergency. No, both Rajya Sabha as well as Lok Sabha have the power to ratify the emergency under Article 352. To pass a motion of no confidence against the Council of Ministers. Yes. Why? Because we are a parliamentary form of democracy. And in a parliamentary form of democracy, Council of Ministers, they are accountable only to Lok Sabha, not to Rajya Sabha. So passing of a confidence motion, no confidence motion, censure motion, adjournment motion, these are the exclusive powers of Rajya Sabha. To impeach the President of India, no. Both Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha have equal powers. So which of the code given below is or are correct? B, 2 only is the right answer. Again, a factual question. I hope all of you would have got this right. Again, a question which we discussed in the crash course as well. With reference to anti-defection law in India, consider the following statements. Number 1, the law specifies that a nominated legislator cannot join any political party within 6 months of being appointed to the House. Nominated member appointed to Rajya Sabha, for example, can join any political party within 6 months. But if this nominated member joins a political party 6 months after his nomination, then he or she shall be disqualified under anti-defection law. So statement 1 is incorrect. The law does not provide any time frame within which the presiding officer has to decide a defection case. This statement is correct. B, 2 only is the right answer. Now, some of you might have been confused because the recent Supreme Court judgment says that the Speaker will have to act on this disqualification petition under anti-defection law within 3 months. But the law does not talk about this. The law is absolutely silent on the time frame within which the Speaker will have to take this decision. That is why statement 2 is correct. B, 2 only is the right answer. Consider the following statements. Attorney General of India and Solicitor General of India are the only officers of the government who are allowed to participate in the meetings of the Parliament of India. Attorney General for India can attend the proceedings of the Parliament, can speak in the Parliament, can become the member of any parliamentary committee, can speak in that parliamentary committee meeting without any right to vote. But this privilege is not available to the Solicitor General. This privilege is exclusively available to this constitutional body called Attorney General for India. That's why statement 1 is incorrect. According to the Constitution of India, the Attorney General for India submits his resignation when the government which appointed him resigns. This is a convention that we follow, an unwritten rule that we follow, that whenever there is a change in the government, since the Attorney General is appointed by the government, and once the government changes, the Attorney General resigns. But this is something which is not mentioned in the Constitution. So which of the given statements are correct? D. Neither 1 nor 2 is the right answer. Let's look at another question. With reference to the writs issued by the courts in India, consider the following statements. Number 1, mandamus will not lie against a private organization unless it is entrusted with public duty. Mandamus, whenever a public body is not performing its duty and thereby violates the fundamental rights of the citizens, then you can approach the Supreme Court under Article 32 and the court can issue the writ of mandamus. But this writ of mandamus can be issued against a private organization as well if this private organization is entrusted with public duty. So mandamus will not lie against a private organization unless it is entrusted with public duty. This is correct. Mandamus will not lie against a company even though it may be a government company. But if it's a government company, that means it's a public body, which means the writ of mandamus applies. Any public-minded person can be petitioned to remove the court to obtain the writ of quo warranto. Quo warranto, the concept of locus standi does not apply. That means anybody can approach the court. Normally, when it comes to mandamus, when it comes to certiorari, when it comes to prohibition, only if you are an aggrieved individual, only then you can approach the court. But if it's a habeas corpus or quo warranto, the principle of locus standi does not apply, which means anybody can approach the court. So 1 and 3 is the right answer. C is the correct option. Let's look at another question with reference to the Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha. And this is again something which we have discussed in the crash course. With reference to the Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha, consider the following statements. As per the rules of procedure and conduct of business in Lok Sabha, the election of Deputy Speaker shall be held on such date as Speaker may fix. This is correct. We don't have a Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha right now. There's a petition filed in the Delhi High Court, and that is why this question has been asked. And the date of the election of the Speaker, election of the Deputy Speaker, shall be fixed by the Speaker. Statement 1 is correct. Statement 2, there is a mandatory provision that the election of a candidate as Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha shall be from either the principal opposition party or the ruling party. This statement is wrong. There is a convention, an unwritten rule, that if the Speaker is from the ruling party or the ruling coalition, the Deputy Speaker should be from the opposition party or opposition political coalition. But it is not mentioned in the Constitution, so it is not mandatory. The Deputy Speaker has the same power as of the Speaker when presiding over the sitting of the House, and no appeal lies against his rulings. So when the Deputy Speaker is presiding over the session of Lok Sabha, he enjoys the same power, same privilege as that of the Speaker. So statement 3 is correct. 1 and 3 is the right answer. So there was a statement 4 as well for this. So 1 is correct, 3 is correct. Statement 4 says, the well-established parliamentary practice regarding the appointment of the Deputy Speaker is that the motion is moved by the Speaker and duly seconded by the Prime Minister. This is wrong. Why? Because anybody can contest the election of the Deputy Speaker. You don't have to necessarily ask the Prime Minister or the Speaker to second this nomination. So 4 is incorrect, 1 and 3 is the right answer. 1 and 3 is the right answer. if a particular area is brought under the 5th schedule of the Constitution of India, which of the following statement best reflects the consequence of it? We have discussed this before a lot of times. The difference between Schedule 5 and Schedule 6 is Schedule 5 protects the economic interests of the scheduled tribes, whereas the Schedule 6, which deals with the scheduled tribal areas of Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram and Tripura, it protects not only the economic interests but also the customs, the social customs of the tribals. And under Schedule 5 of the Constitution, one implication is that in any area which is declared as a scheduled area, the Tribes Advisory Council will play a very important role to ensure that the tribal land is not sold to the non-tribals, or any parliamentary law which is passed related to land or land acquisition will not apply to these tribal areas without the recommendation of the Tribes Advisory Council. Statement 3 is plain incorrect because that would not convert that area into a union territory. D is also incorrect because that is not how a special category state is defined, because there are lots of criteria for a special category state, such as hilly area, more and more predominant population of the scheduled caste, border areas, non-viable nature of state finances. These are the reasons on the basis of which there are 11 states in India which are categorized as special category state. But that is not because of 5th schedule. So the answer is A. This would prevent the transfer of land of tribal people to non-tribal people. That is why A is the right answer. So that is it from Polity. We have discussed close to 10 questions which were asked from Indian Polity. Attorney General for India, Deputy Speaker, anti-defection law. All these topics were in the news over the past few years, and that is why these questions have been asked. Now we'll take a pause. I'll ask my colleague Shyam sir to come and discuss the questions related to economics. We'll take a break, 30 seconds. We'll be back with Shyam sir discussing economics. See you on the other side.
Hello and welcome to BYJU'S Exam Prep IAS. Let's have a discussion on all the questions on Indian economy that have appeared in the UPSC examination Prelims 2022. First question, rapid financing instrument and rapid credit facility are related to provisions of lending by which one of the following? Now, reason this particular question has been asked is very simple. Very recently, a lot of discussion has been happening in the context of Sri Lanka and IMF. Whenever the countries, that is the member countries of IMF, are in trouble, are facing BOP crisis or repayment issues, etc., they take assistance from International Monetary Fund. And in this particular IMF, there are different types of products, or let's say loans, which are provided by IMF. One set of tools, or let's say one set of products, are given to all the member countries, and there are one set of loans, or let's say facilities, which are provided to only developing countries. And this particular concept of RCF, rapid credit facility or standby credit facility, etc., is basically one such type of a loan. So this particular question, the context is very simple. Why this has been asked? Because of Sri Lanka. And the right option for this particular question will be option B, International Monetary Fund. Next question. With reference to Indian economy, consider the following statements. First statement, an increase in NER, I'll simply use the short form now, nominal effective exchange rate, NER, indicates the appreciation of rupee. An increase in RER indicates an improvement in trade competitiveness. An increasing trend in domestic inflation relative to inflation in other countries is likely to cause an increasing divergence between NER and RER. First and foremost, why this question has been asked? Generally, the concept of NER and RER are given in the form of a paragraph in the books. But now the UPSC has asked a question which is more analytical in nature, or in simple terms, if you have mugged up, you'll be able to answer these kind of a question. The reason UPSC has picked up this particular question is for a very simple reason. Reserve Bank of India, which publishes both the indices, that is NER as well as a RER index, last year basically changed the combination or the basket of currencies. Earlier, RBI used to publish this particular concept of NER and RER using two basket of currencies consisting of 6 currencies as well as 36 currencies. Whereas RBI very recently has changed this particular number from 36 currencies to 40 currencies. That is the precise reason why UPSC has picked up this particular question. That's the first point. Second point, now coming to this particular, the statements which have been provided. NER basically provides a comparison between Indian currency with basket of other currencies, basket of trading partner currencies. And whenever NER index increases more than 100, it basically represents appreciation of rupee. And whenever NER falls down, it basically represents a depreciation in the domestic currency, that is the rupee against a basket of currencies. First statement is correct. Second statement, an increase in the real effective exchange rate, REER. What is the basic idea here? In NER, we basically compare rupee against a basket of currencies. In REER, rupee against a basket of currencies with inflation adjustment. That is the fundamental difference between NER as well as REER. NER represents value of the domestic currency against a basket of currencies, whereas REER represents what is the trade competitiveness of India with, let's say, rest of the world. If REER index increases, it simply means the trade competitiveness of India's exports is coming down. Indian exports in the global market will become costlier and the imports will become cheaper. And you can apply the same logic when REER will basically fall down. So looking at this particular second statement, an increase in REER indicates improvement in trade competitiveness. Statement 2 is wrong. Now here itself, right, now the third statement is more technical in nature, which is generally used, reserved for optional papers. Now many of you will simply say, sir, no one has taught us regarding this particular third statement. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter even if you have not learnt it anywhere. If you have simply remembered what is the indication of NER as well as REER, use the elimination technique. One is correct, second one is wrong. So wherever 2 is present, eliminate it. 2 is present in option A, 2 is present in option B as well as option D. What is left out now? Option C is left out, 1 and 3. And in fact, the third statement in fact is correct. Whenever inflation keeps on rising up, between two indicators, one of them considers inflation, the other doesn't consider inflation. So when the inflation in a domestic country such as India changes, the gap or the divergence between near and rear will also widen. So third statement is correct. So right option for question number 2 in economics is option C here. Let me go to the third question. With reference to Indian economy, consider the following statements. If the inflation is too high, RBI is likely to buy government securities. If you have observed the trend in this particular year, there is one surprise element that UPSC has thrown at you. That is, from the credit control measures, I am pretty sure all of you have mugged up what is repo, what is a reverse repo, what is standing deposit facility, right? What is SLR, etc., etc. You would have mugged up the definitions of all of it. And many of you would have gone a step forward, understood what will happen if repo rate rises up, if reverse repo is decreased, etc. UPSC has not touched any one of them. Rather, it has asked an application-based question. If the inflation is very high, what does RBI do? RBI is likely to buy government securities. Just apply the logic. What do you think? If inflation is very high, simply means money supply is also very high. And when the money supply is very high, should RBI increase the money supply or decrease the money supply? You answer. When the money supply is very high, inflation is very high, RBI should reduce money supply. And how does RBI reduce money supply? It will not buy government securities, it will sell government securities. So first statement is wrong. Now use the elimination technology or elimination technique. First one is wrong. Option A is wrong. Option C is wrong. Option D is wrong. You are left out with option B, 2 and 3. But anyways, let's look at the statement 2 and 3 here. If the rupee is rapidly depreciating, RBI is likely to sell dollars in the market. Sir, nowhere this has been taught to us. We have never come across this particular statement anywhere. I will tell you the context. Some months ago, let's say a couple of weeks ago, RBI basically conducted auctions where RBI basically sold dollars or gave dollars to banks and sucked out rupees from the system, saying that rupee liquidity is very high, inflation is very high, rupee is completely or continuously depreciating, and we have discussed that in the target prelims. So if rupee is rapidly depreciating, RBI is likely to sell dollars in the market. Has RBI done this in the recent times? Of course, yes. RBI has done exactly the same thing. Third, if interest rates in the USA or European Union were to fall, that is likely to induce RBI to buy dollars. Again, application based question. If interest rates in USA or European Union, that is EU, will come down, that is exactly what has happened in the USA in the last couple of years. When the interest rates fell down, that is the federal funds rate actually came down, there was a huge amount of foreign investments that flew from the foreign markets into India. In simple terms, dollars have flown into India. And when dollars will continuously flow into India, dollar will continue to depreciate, rupee will continue to appreciate. Don't you think RBI has to stabilize the exchange rate? And how does RBI do that? RBI will buy whatever excess dollars are present in the economy. So second one is correct, third one is correct, right option is option B. Even if you don't know the second point and third point, if you knew the first point, simply use elimination technique, you will get the right option. Fourth question, with reference to Indian economy, what are the advantages of inflation indexed bonds? Most of you must have read the concepts related to inflation, how inflation is caused, etc., etc. But UPSC has tricked all of us. Rather than asking about inflation, he has asked the concept of inflation index bonds. In fact, to be more factual here, inflation index bonds currently are not issued by the government. The last time Government of India actually issued these particular bonds was back in the year 2014, before that 1997. So this is how UPSC will test your knowledge. But anyways, government can reduce the coupon rates on its borrowing by way of inflation indexed bonds, IIBs. Statement 1 is correct, by the way. Now some of you will simply say, sir, how? The statement looks very, very difficult. Reason is very simple here. Whenever the government issues a bond in the market, imagine I am the government, imagine, and you want to purchase the bonds that I am going to issue. There is certain uncertainty related to that. What is the uncertainty I am talking of? You are going to purchase the bonds that I am going to issue today, and the bonds have a maturity of, let's say, 10 years or 30 years. Don't you think the uncertain factor is what will be the inflation rate? What will be the interest rates after 10 years or 30 years? So because there is a lot of uncertainty like this, you as an investor, you will ask for extra returns. You will ask for a higher coupon rate. There is a term called as premia. The investors will demand for premia in addition to the normal rates. So whenever the normal bonds, that is, let's say the bonds which have a fixed rate of interest or coupon rates are issued by the government, the investors demand higher coupon rates because there is uncertainty or volatility in the market. But when government issues the inflation index bonds, there is no uncertainty here, because in case of inflation index bonds, whatever is the inflation rate after the tenure is over, your returns would be indexed to that inflation. So there is always a certainty with respect to the returns that you are going to earn. So government, what do they do? Whenever they are issuing these particular IIBs, because there is certainty attached to the returns, they will offer lower coupon rates, right? Comparatively lesser coupon rate. So will government be able to reduce coupon rates? Yes. The inflation index bonds or these provide protection to the investor from uncertainty regarding inflation. The statement 2 is correct. Now some of you will simply say, sir, no book has provided the information related to statement 1. Agreed. When you will get this kind of information whenever you read about, let's say, RBI circulars, etc. But I can't expect you people to read RBI circulars. So what can be done in these kind of questions? Look at the second statement. All of you will agree? The whole objective of IIB is to protect the investors from inflation. So second statement is true. So 1 point. Third, interest received as well as the capital gains on IIBs are not taxable. Government of India nowhere has told that we will give tax exemption to IIBs. So third statement is wrong. Second statement is correct. Even though if you not had any idea regarding the first statement, second is correct, third one is wrong. Start elimination. So wherever the third option is present, simply eliminate it. B is wrong, C is wrong, D is wrong. You are left out with option A. And by the way, option A is the right option for this particular question. Next question. With reference to foreign-owned e-commerce firms operating in India, which of the following statements is or are correct? Now, please focus on the term foreign-owned e-commerce firms. In simple terms, those particular e-commerce companies where there is involvement of FDI, foreign direct investment. Last year, that is mid last year, June, July 2021, Government of India notified consumer protection guidelines or rules as such. And under that, in fact, there is a video on that also, which has been prepared by BYJU'S, which has been provided by BYJU'S. Please have a look at it. We have discussed all these particular aspects. Generally, in case of e-commerce firms, there is a division like this. There are two types of models. One is called as a marketplace model, and the second one is called as inventory based model. In case of marketplace, they will simply provide a place where buyer and seller will come together, transaction will be completed. They will simply provide a platform where buyer and seller will meet. Whereas in case of inventory based model, the company will not only provide the platform to you, but they will also sell their own goods on the platform. That is the basic idea of inventory based model. In case of marketplace, yes, FDI is allowed. In case of inventory based, no, FDI is not allowed. Look at the first statement. They can sell their own goods in addition to offering their platform as a marketplace. In case of e-commerce companies based on inventory based model regulations of Government of India, first statement is wrong. They are not allowed to sell their goods. They are simply allowed to provide a marketplace, because in case of inventory based, FDI is not allowed. The degree to which they can own big sellers on their platform is limited. Yes, Government of India has imposed a restriction. What is the restriction? No, not required. The basic idea is simply this. If Amazon owns a company, has interest in a company, obviously it wants the company to make more profits. And what it can do at the end of the day is it will promote their products. So there is a limit of ownership that you are allowed to have in these particular sellers which are listed on your platform. Second statement is correct, by the way. So right option is option B, only 2. Let's go to the next question. Which of the following activities constitutes real sector in the economy? generally the economy is divided into two parts. One is called as real sector and the second one is called as financial sector. Generally you will come across the concept of primary sector, secondary sector, etc. that is associated with this kind of a division. Now what is the basic difference between real and financial sector? In case of real sector, the production happens. The production actually takes place. Whereas in case of financial sector, the goods or services are not produced. Right? Basically, right, the financial services are transactions which does not involve production of goods is the financial sector. So in case of real sector, production should happen, goods must be produced. Look at the points now. Farmers harvesting their crops, production takes place? Yes. Textile mills converting raw cotton into fabric, production is taking place? Yes. A commercial bank lending money to a trading company, financial, right? So third one is not part of real sector. A corporate body issuing rupee denominated bonds, again not associated production, related to financial sector. So whenever goods are produced, put it in real sector, services, financials, put it in the financial sector. So 1 and 2 are correct. Right option for this question will be option A. Next, question number 7. Which of the following situation best reflects indirect transfers often talked about in media recently in reference to India? Most of you would have looked at this particular question, rolled your eyes and said, here goes the UPSC. A term which we have never come across, UPSC is asking a question on that. Absolutely no. If you have read the current affairs very, very carefully, in various current affairs discussions, we have come across the concept of Vodafone versus Indian government, right? Vodafone versus Indian tax department. And the crux of Vodafone versus India's tax department or government of India was the concept of indirect transfers itself. That is, if I want to put it in another sense, I'm pretty sure all of you heard of retrospective taxation laws. Government of India, in fact, made certain changes, withdrew the provisions which implemented retrospective taxation law. And the concept of indirect transfer is associated with this particular case itself. The logic is very simple here. Indirect transfer, the term that is mentioned here, refers to a foreign company selling assets or let's say shares in a particular company to another foreign company. But the underlying asset is present in India. Vodafone is a foreign company. Right? There is one more company, Hutchison SR. Both are foreign companies. Hutchison SR sold the assets, telecom assets that they had in India to another company, that is Vodafone. A foreign company is selling shares or let's say assets to another foreign company, but the underlying asset or the interest over the asset is present in India. That is the concept of indirect transfers. So right option for this particular question will be option D. Foreign company transfer shares and such shares derive their substantial value from assets located in India. So right option is option D here. Next question. With reference to the expenditure made by an organization or a company, which of the following statements is or are correct? Acquiring new technology is CAPEX, capital expenditure. Debt financing is considered capital expenditure, while equity financing is considered revenue expenditure. I concede that this kind of a question is very novel to you, very difficult, because he is expecting you to even learn company financing now. But if you apply the basic logic that you have learned, or let's say basic concepts that you have learned, in case of government's budgeting concept, we have discussed what is the revenue expenditure, what is the capital expenditure, and what is the basic difference between both of them. Revenue expenditure is done for taking care of day-to-day expenses. In case of corporate financing, working capital. Whereas the capital expenditure is always associated with assets. Apply the same logic. If a particular company acquires a technology, let's say a patented technology or a machine, etc., don't you think it is a part of capital expenditure? They are purchasing machinery, they are purchasing technology which will be used for multiple years. Capital expenditure? Yes. Debt financing is considered capital expenditure, while equity financing is considered revenue expenditure. A company can get access to capital in different ways. A company can simply go to market, take a loan from another company, that is called as intercompany loans, or can issue bonds, another company will purchase, they will get the loans, or they can go to the market, issue shares, that is equity, and get the capital. Either ways, what the company does with this particular money, they will invest in assets. The company will say where they are going to invest. So this kind of an expenditure, either in the form of a debt or let's say the equity financing, it is associated with assets. And when it is associated with assets, can you put it under revenue expenditure? No, it will be part of capital expenditure. Second statement is wrong. So right option to this particular question will be option A. Next question. With reference to Indian economy, consider the following statements. A share of household financial savings goes towards government borrowings. What is the basic idea here? Households will save money. This particular money they can invest in financial instruments such as, let's say, bank deposits, mutual funds, PPF, etc. Or they can simply save money, invest in gold, keep it in the form of a cash, which is nothing but physical savings. Now the question is on financial savings. Now don't you think financial savings, let's say in the form of PPF, which will become part of public account, Government of India will borrow from public account, or you as an investor, you have certain financial savings, you will purchase the government bonds using retail direct gilt scheme. Don't you think that becomes part of government borrowings? So first statement correct. Share of household financial savings goes towards government borrowings. Dated securities issued at market related rates in auctions form a large component of internal debt. Generally, when you discuss about Government of India's debt, this can be divided into two parts, internal and external. And in case of internal, a large chunk of internal debt is because government has issued securities in the market as borrowed money. Now the government has multiple options. They can issue securities which will have a short-term maturity or long-term maturity. Within short-term, again, there is 91 days, 14 days, 364 days, 182 days, the treasury bills. And in case of dated securities, they can issue up to 40 years. There is a 5-year, 2-year, 3-year, 10-year, 14-year, 20-year government security or dated securities. Does Government of India borrow a large amount of money in the form of dated securities? Statement is correct. Right, because they are simply saying a large amount. They have not given a specification. They might, just to make it difficult, they would have said 90% of the debt or 100% of the debt, or let's say 60% of the debt, and that number will vary from one year to another year. Rather, they have simply used the term large component of internal debt is in the form of the dated securities. Yes, statement 2 is correct. So both the statements are correct. Right option to this particular question will be option C, both 1 and 2. Next question. With reference to the Tea Board in India, consider the following statements. Just factual question. Either you know it or you don't know it. The Tea Board is a statutory body. Yes, Tea Board is a statutory body. It is a regulatory body attached to the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. No. Most of you will be tempted to say yes, it is correct, but no, it is not associated with Ministry of Agriculture. It is wrong. The Tea Board's head office is situated in Bangalore. Again, no, statement is wrong. Here itself we can use elimination methodology and get the right options. The board has overseas offices at Dubai and Moscow. Statement is correct, by the way. Right, so first is correct, fourth one is correct. Let's make it, or let's change it. Basically first and fourth are correct. Right option will be the one which consists of both of these particular statements. Next, consider the following statements. Tight monetary policy of US Federal Reserve could lead to capital flight. Again, current affairs, if you have seen many of my current affairs discussions, even in target prelims or even before that, economy this week discussion, we have had this kind of a discussion multiple times. At that point of time, many of the students were basically commenting, sir, it is a repetition. You have already discussed this. Why are you discussing this again? Precisely because of this. If you can just apply the logic here or just have a look at the trend, what is happening in USA has been asked by UPSC in economics in 2 questions. 2 questions, mind you. So have a look at this. tight monetary policy of US Federal Reserve could lead to capital flight. What does it mean? Whenever the US Federal Reserve, that is the central banker of USA, increases, tight means what? They are going to reduce the money supply. And how do you think they are going to reduce the money supply? By increasing interest rates, federal funds rate. So if the Federal Reserve increases the federal funds rate or increases the interest rates, will India experience a capital flight? Yes, of course. That is the basic idea of Fed tapering. When Fed tapering happens in USA, can you see a capital flight from India to USA? Of course, yes. If you have read the newspapers, you will know it. Or else, even if you have attended the sessions, you will know this. First statement is correct. Capital flight. Now, some of you will simply say, sir, what do you mean by capital flight? Look at the term. It is self-explanatory. Capital is flying away from India, right? Moving away or moving out of India. Hence, the term capital flight. Second, capital flight may increase the interest cost of the firms with existing external commercial borrowings. Kindly, right, focus on this. Whenever the dollars will flow out of India, imagine you are the foreign investor, you have lot of investments in the Indian market, either let's say stock market, debt market, doesn't matter. You have lot of investments in India. When the interest rates in case of USA are changing, right, when the interest rates in USA are increasing like this because of the Federal Reserve policy, that is Fed tapering, what do you think will happen in India? You will start withdrawing the rupees from the market, sell your securities, take your rupee, go to the forex market, sell rupees and buy dollars. Sell rupees, buy dollars. Now, can I simply say that as a result of this, when you sell rupees, rupee will depreciate, and when you buy dollars, dollar will appreciate. And when rupee depreciates, focus on this, $1 is equal to 50 rupees, $1 is equal to 60 rupees. So when rupee depreciates, you have borrowed from the external market, that is the concept of ECB. When rupee depreciates, you will have to pay more money in terms of the interest rate as well as the principal amount. So capital flight may increase. Some of you will basically say, sir, what if you have borrowed in the form of rupee only? Because I remember you have discussed the concept of masala bonds. So in that case, I will borrow in rupee, I will repay in rupee. This will not have any impact on this. That is the reason UPSC uses the term may here. If you have borrowed in rupee, no, it will not affect you, it will affect the foreign investor. But if you have borrowed in terms of dollars, it may have an impact on your interest payment. Second statement is correct, by the way. Devaluation of domestic currency decreases the currency risk associated with ECB. Whatever I have discussed just now, imagine if this happens because of government policy. That is, the devaluation is done by the government. In case of the market, we use the term appreciation, depreciation. In case of the government, if they change the exchange rates, we use the term devaluation and revaluation. Instead of depreciation, replace that with the devaluation. Same effect, only the context changes. So instead of depreciation, if rupee devalues or if the Indian government devalues the rupee against the dollar, will the currency risk increase or decrease? Currency risk will start increasing, but they are using the term decreases. So third statement is wrong. So 1 and 2 are correct. Right option for this particular question will be option A here. Next question. Consider the following statements. In India, credit rating agencies are regulated by RBI. What is the context of this? Context is very simple. In the last couple of years, because of the crash in the market, such as let's say IL&FS had issued bonds. They were given a very high credit rating, AAA in fact, and IL&FS defaulted on it. And there were many crashes in the market based on, let's say, the borrowers who defaulted on the payment. In that particular context, there has been a lot of discussion in the context of credit rating agencies. So if you are talking about stock market, bond market and the credit rating agencies involved there, who do you think will regulate it? Very simple. Who do you think will regulate an entity which is present in the market like this? It has to be SEBI. And it says RBI. First statement is wrong. Now use the elimination technique. A will be wrong, C will be wrong and D is wrong. You are already left with option B, which is the right one. Because some of you will simply say, sir, you did not tell us about brickwork ratings. You don't have to learn about it. For that matter, there will be hundreds of rating agencies. you need to mug up all the 100 rating agencies? Absolutely no. Whenever these kind of questions are asked, just use common sense. You will be able to decipher the right option there. Rating agency popularly known as ICRA is a public limited company. Yes, statement 2 is correct. 3 is correct. Right option to this particular question will be option B. Next question. With reference to Bank Board Bureau, triple B, which of the following statements are correct? Again, I'll concede this is not part of current affairs. Generally, people don't focus on this. Bank Board Bureau was set up by Government of India back in the year 2016. And you're appearing for the UPSC exams in 2022. Maybe you'll have to change the definition of current affairs now. Which of the following statements are correct? The governor of RBI is the chairman of triple B. No, this particular statement 1 is wrong. Yes, the triple B, that is a Bank Board Bureau, is housed in the RBI office, but the chairman is appointed by Government of India. It is not the RBI governor. First one is wrong. Now, if you know this, done. Elimination, right? So, A will be wrong, C will be wrong, and D will be wrong. BBB recommends for the selection of heads of the PSBs. Yes, correct. BBB helps the public sector banks in developing strategies and capital raising plans. Statement 3 is also correct. It's just factual information. The Bank Board Bureau was proposed by Government of India as a part of Indradhanush policy. Right? There are 7 pairs, or let's say 7 strategies. One of the strategy was Bank Board Bureau. So, right option for this particular question will be option B. 2 and 3 are correct. Next question. In India, which one of the following is responsible for maintaining price stability and controlling inflation? You don't have to do a PhD in economics to answer this kind of a question. Straightforward. Who is responsible? Which authority is responsible for controlling inflation and price stability? Option D is the right one. Option D is the right option for this particular question. Question number 15. In India, which one of the following compiles information on industrial disputes, closures, retrenchments, and layoffs in factories employing workers? It's slightly a technical question. Either you know it or you don't know it. But if you just look at it, they are talking about labor issues. And it will be the Labor Bureau which will be compiling all of this particular information. The right option for this particular question will be Labor Bureau, option C. Question number 16. With reference to convertible bonds, consider the following statements. As there is an option to exchange the bond for equity, convertible bonds pay a lower rate of interest. Statement 1 is correct, by the way. What is the basic idea of convertible bond? I am an investor in the market. I want to invest and purchase a bond from you. But if I simply purchase a bond, you will, let's say, give me a coupon rate of 5%. That is interest rate. But my concern is, if the bond has a tenure of, let's say, 5 years, 8 years, etc. like this, interest rates in the market will change. What if the interest rates are higher later? That will basically reduce my returns. So, what in case of convertible bonds will happen is, they will give you an option to convert into equity. You can convert that into share after certain lock-in period. So that whatever is your concern in terms of, let's say, losing out on the interest rate, that can be addressed. So, first statement is correct. As there is an option to exchange the bond for equity, convertible bonds will pay lower rate of interest. Option is there, the security is higher, the volatility related to your returns is lesser, you are not taking a higher risk. So, what will happen to returns? Returns will come down. Second, the option to convert to equity affords the bondholders a degree of indexation to rising consumer prices. Statement 2, by the way, is correct. What is the basic idea? Whenever there is a high growth in the economy, whenever there is a high growth rate in the economy, you will see there is inflation in the market. Generally, growth is associated with, or growth is attached with inflation. Both of them will start moving like this. And during this particular phase, you generally see the equity market or the stock market also performing very well. At this point of time, imagine you are a bond holder, that is, the bond is a convertible bond. And when you have a convertible bond like this, inflation is increasing, growth is there, stock market is booming. What will you do? You will basically hedge your risk, you will convert your bond from the bond to an equity. So, option to convert equity affords the bondholders a degree of indexation to rising inflation rate or price levels in the market. Statement 2 is correct. Right option is option C, both 1 and 2. So these are the 16 questions that have come from Indian economy. I agree, some of these are unconventional. There were certain important areas from which generally the questions are asked in UPSC prelims. Those areas have been completely skipped by UPSC. For example, agriculture. From economics, generally one question or two questions will come from agriculture. This year, it is not there. Or taxation, for that matter, GST, completely skipped by UPSC. So it simply means, and now you will have to be very concerned about these particular areas in the UPSC mains. So probability of questions being asked from these areas in the UPSC suddenly rises up. So that's the discussion from my side. We'll take a break now, short break of 30 seconds. After me, I will simply hand it over to Chetan sir, who will take over the discussion. Please don't go anywhere. We'll restart very soon.
Hello and welcome to BYJU'S Exam Prep IAS. Welcome to our prelims paper discussion. Till now we've already covered polity and economy, and now we shall be taking a look at the IR section, the international relations section. This time the UPSC has actually surprised us with IR. Usually in the last few years we had very few questions from international relations, but this year there has been a very big jump and we have got 14 questions from international relations. Most of the questions are from current affairs. There are a few static questions, but they're all inspired from recent developments. So we're going to examine all these questions, analyze why these questions were asked, what is the correct answer, and you'll also get a fair idea about the entire pattern of the paper. So let's start with the first question from international relations. With reference to the G20 common framework, consider the following statements. The first statement says, it is an initiative endorsed by the G20 together with the Paris Club. The second statement says, it is an initiative to support low-income countries with unsustainable debt. See, the G20 common framework was in news over the last 1.5 to 2 years mainly because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Because of the pandemic, many countries took a big hit, and especially the low-income countries, they couldn't sustain the high debt levels. They couldn't repay the loans that they had borrowed from the other countries. With regard to G20, there is a mechanism that has been created called the Common Framework in order to help the smaller countries to handle their debt. That is, to help the low-income countries. When it comes to providing loans, we have this grouping called the Paris Club, which includes the high-income countries and the mid-level income countries, which provide loans or which provide lending to the low-income countries. The low-income countries, when they're not able to sustain the high level of debt, they're often helped out by the G20 through this common framework. So G20 and Paris Club, they often work together. The Paris Club consists of around 22 member states, and India became an observer to this Paris Club in 2019. So these countries of Paris Club, they are the countries which are lending money, whereas the low-income countries are borrowing from them, and when they are not able to repay the loans, they will take the help of G20 common framework to ensure that they remain committed to their loan commitments. So that is why the first statement is correct, because after the pandemic took a hit on the income of low-income countries, the G20 brought out the common framework along with the Paris Club. It was even backed by the IMF and the World Bank. The purpose of the common framework is to support the low-income nations which are dealing with unsustainable levels of debt. So both the statements are correct, and hence option C is the correct answer. Both 1 and 2 are the right answers. Now moving on to the second question. The second question was a map-based question. It dealt with a region called the Levant region. The term Levant, often heard in news, roughly corresponds to which of the following regions? Is it the region along the eastern Mediterranean shores? Is it the region along North African shores stretching from Egypt to Morocco? Is it the region along Persian Gulf and Horn of Africa? Or is it the entire coastal areas of Mediterranean Sea? Now this is where I would like to point out that many of the questions that have come in IR, we have already covered through our regular current affairs initiatives. If you have been regularly watching our daily Hindu analysis, the daily quiz, the big news, if you followed the current affairs crash course that we held just a few weeks back, right? Or if you have seen the weekly current affairs sessions that we have had, you would have noticed that many of these topics which have come today, they have been covered either directly or indirectly. This is one such question or one such topic which was already covered in our daily quiz and as well as in places in news that we do every week. There I had discussed what is the Levant region, where is it located. Let me show you a map and help you recognize the Levant region. So the Levant region refers to this region over here that includes parts of Syria, Turkey, Lebanon and Israel. This eastern part of the Mediterranean, apologies for the technical issue. Yeah. These eastern parts of the Mediterranean is what is referred to as the Levant region. Now, if you come back to the question and see the options, you can actually eliminate some of the given options here. See, option B, that is the region along North African shores stretching from Egypt to Morocco. This is referred to as the Sahel region. We have discussed this in places in news in our other current affairs videos. So by knowing that this part of North of Africa is referred to as the Sahel region, you can eliminate option B. Persian Gulf and Horn of Africa is not referred to as the Levant. The entire coastal area of Mediterranean, that includes the whole stretch of North Africa, East Mediterranean region, that definitely cannot be the Levant region. The right answer here is option A, the eastern shores of the Mediterranean that covers parts of Turkey, Syria, Israel and Lebanon. These are the regions which fall under the Levant region that is in question, and the right answer is option A. This is the correct answer. Now let's look at the next question. Consider the following countries: Azerbaijan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan. 5 countries have been listed over here. Which of these countries share a border with Afghanistan? This is again a topic that we have covered in our regular current affairs. In Places in News and even in the recent crash course, we had discussed the countries that share borders with Afghanistan. So if you are familiar with the geography of the region, with the map of the region, it should be a fairly simple question to answer. Just take a look at this map. Here you are seeing Afghanistan. And you can clearly see that the countries that share an immediate border include Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan. So these are the 3 Central Asian countries that share a boundary directly with Afghanistan. This question has been asked by UPSC because Afghanistan was in news over the last 1 year. Following the Taliban takeover, many refugees, they spilt over into these Central Asian countries. So that is why you should be familiar with these countries that share borders with Afghanistan, right? So now, with this understanding of the map, if you come back to the question, you can clearly see that Azerbaijan doesn't share a boundary with Afghanistan. It is located a little northwards towards the Caspian Sea region. Kyrgyzstan is further northwards in Central Asia, whereas the other 3, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan, they share direct boundaries with Afghanistan. So 3, 4, and 5. Option C is the correct answer for this question. Now moving on to the 4th question that was asked. Consider the following: Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, MTCR Missile Technology Control Regime, and SCO Shanghai Cooperation Organization. The question is asking whether India is a member of these organizations that have been mentioned in the question. Is India a member of these groupings? That is what you need to check. Now this again is a topic that we have covered recently. In the recent crash course, we had spoken about SCO and its members. SCO has been in news because the SCO members were closely engaging with each other over the last few months to work out a solution for the Afghan crisis. And also, Iran was recently admitted as a new member to the SCO. That is why the SCO grouping was in news. MTCR was also in news because the range of BrahMos missile was being extended by India. Then AIIB, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, also has been in news because it has been funding several key projects in many Asian countries. And India happens to be a member of all the 3. See, AIIB was a brainchild of China. It was China which led this initiative to set up an infrastructure investment bank primarily focused on the Asia region. China has invested plenty of capital into this bank, and India happens to be one of the other founding members of this bank. In fact, after China, India shares the second highest voting potential at AIIB. So India has been a founding member of this bank from 2015. Then MTCR, which is an export control regime, India was admitted into this in 2016. It restricts the export of certain technologies related to missiles, ballistic missiles, certain missiles and drones which can fly a distance of more than 300 kilometers, which can carry a payload of more than 500 kilograms. So those sensitive technologies cannot be exported to non-members of MTCR. India wasn't a member of MTCR until recently, and that is why the BrahMos cruise missile that we jointly developed with Russia, its range had been kept limited within the range prescribed by MTCR. Its range was limited to 290 kilometers. But with the help of various other countries including US, Russia, France and the others, India gained membership of MTCR in 2016. So this allows India to extend the range of BrahMos as well, and that's the context in which this grouping has been picked. So we are definitely a member of MTCR. And India was admitted to SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization as well. In 2017, both India and Pakistan became full-time members of the SCO. The SCO is a very important grouping focused on Central Asia region. It's a key player in the Central Asia, West Asia region, and India, Pakistan were observers until recently. But in 2015, their membership was approved and the entire process of joining the group was completed in 2017. So India happens to be a member of all the 3 groups, and hence option D is the correct answer. Now moving on to the next question, the 5th question that was asked by UPSC. This question is related to Vietnam. This question is based on India's Look East, Act East policy. We have very close relations with Vietnam, and that is why you need to know about Vietnam's political structure and economic structure. The question has 5 statements regarding the economic structure and political structure of Vietnam. So if you are able to deduce these statements, if you are able to link this with what you've read in current affairs, you should be able to answer this question. However, this has to be a slightly difficult question because there are certain open-ended statements over here. So let's see how we could have answered this. The question says Vietnam has been one of the fastest growing economies in the world in recent years. This statement is absolutely correct because if you're reading newspapers regularly, if you're thorough with current affairs, you would know that Vietnam registers very high levels of growth in the Asia region. Over the last 4 to 5 years, Vietnam has been growing at a rapid pace. Even though the pandemic took a hit, even then Vietnam was one of the fastest growing economies in the Asia region and as well as across the world. So definitely statement 1 is correct. Second statement says Vietnam is led by a multi-party political system. This, however, is an incorrect statement. Why? Because Vietnam is a communist state. It's ruled by a single party. It's a single party communist state and it is not a multi-party democracy. So clearly second statement is incorrect. Third statement says Vietnam's economic growth is linked to its integration with global supply chains and focus on exports. This again is a correct statement because of late Vietnam has registered tremendous growth, and this is primarily because it has strengthened its manufacturing potential. It has focused on exports, it has linked itself better with global supply chains, it has emerged as a technology hub and even as a hub of startups. So clearly third statement is correct because of this reason. Fourth statement says for a long time, Vietnam's low labor costs and stable exchange rates have attracted global manufacturers. This again is a correct statement because this is one of the reasons why Vietnam's economy has been growing rapidly over the last few years. Because of its stable exchange rate and the cheap cost of labor, Vietnam has registered tremendous growth because it has been able to attract investments from abroad. It has been able to attract foreign capital and drive its manufacturing potential. So statement 4 is also right. Statement 5 says Vietnam has the most productive e-service sector in the Indo-Pacific region. This statement, we can say it's partially correct, but it's tough to conclude whether the statement is entirely correct. See, definitely Vietnam is a hub of e-services. It has emerged as a hub of startups. It's a tech hub as well. It's a leader in e-services industry in the region. However, you can't definitively say that it is the most productive e-service sector in the Indo-Pacific because there are other competitors. There is South Korea, there's Japan, there's India, right? So this is something you can't say conclusively. And also if you look at the options that are given, you can actually eliminate the options and arrive at the right answer, which is option C, 1, 3 and 4. See, first if you know about Vietnam's political structure, if you know it's a communist state, it's a single party state, you can strike out option A and D. Clearly you can eliminate them. So now it's between B and C. If you know about Vietnam's economy even a little, you will know that it has registered tremendous growth and statement 1 has to be correct. So if statement 1 has to be correct, then option B can't be your answer. Based on that, you can conclude option C is the right answer, 1, 3 and 4. This is the correct answer for this question. Now moving on to the 6th question, with reference to the United Nations Credentials Committee, consider the following statements. It is a committee set up by the UN Security Council and works under its supervision. It traditionally meets in March, June and September every year. It assesses the credentials of all UN members before submitting a report to the General Assembly for approval. Now the UN Credentials Committee was in news again because of the developments associated with Afghanistan and the Taliban. See, the Credentials Committee, it meets every year before the session of UN General Assembly, which is held in the month of September. The UNGA meets every year. The annual session is held in September. Before that, the UN Credentials Committee will meet. The task of this committee is to check the credentials of the envoys, the representatives of the UN member states. Every UN member state would have deployed an envoy or a representative who acts as a diplomat of that country, representing that country's interests at the United Nations. For example, India also has a permanent representative at the UN. So this committee is the one which checks the credentials of the envoy to check whether this is the legitimate representative of the nation, whether this representative is the official representative of this country. So this is done by the UN Credentials Committee. It meets once a year usually, that is before the annual session which is held in September. That is why the second statement is incorrect. Its task is to assess the credentials of all UN members, and it submits a report for the General Assembly for its approval. The third statement is definitely correct. However, the first statement is incorrect. It's not set up by the UN Security Council. It is set up by the UN General Assembly. Now, why was this committee in news? It was reported multiple times in news between September and December last year. Why? Because the Afghan government fell apart, the Taliban took over, and at the United Nations, the Taliban sent an envoy, they sent a representative. They said, this Taliban member is the official representative of Afghanistan. So his credentials had to be verified by the Credentials Committee, because the previous Afghan envoy wouldn't be representing Afghanistan anymore because there was no Afghan government. But the Credentials Committee refused to recognize the Taliban. The Taliban was not recognized by any country, in fact, right? So it's in this context that the Credentials Committee was in news, and that is why UPSC has picked this question. So if you have read newspapers, if you have watched our daily news analysis, you would definitely be familiar with this, and you can say statements 1 and 2 are incorrect and the third statement is correct. So what's the right answer? Option A, 3 only is the correct answer. Coming to the seventh question, which one of the following statements best describes the Polar Code? Now this again was in news over the last few months. Is it the International Code of Safety for ships operating in polar waters? It is the agreement of the countries around the North Pole regarding the demarcation of their territories in the polar region. It is a set of norms to be followed by the countries whose scientists undertake research studies in the North Pole and South Pole. It is a trade and security agreement of the member countries of the Arctic Council. See, the Polar Code was brought out by the International Maritime Organization. This code provides for a code of safety for the ships that are operating in the polar waters, in the polar regions. Now, this code was necessary because due to global warming and climate change, the polar ice shelves, the ice caps are melting, and it is opening up channels for shipping in the Arctic. So countries are rushing to the Arctic to exploit the resources, to use the region for shipping, and to gain a hold of the resources that are present in the Arctic. So to ensure the safety of the ships that are going to explore these new channels which are opening up in the northern routes, the International Maritime Organization came out with a code which tries to ensure the safety of ships, right? The ships have to follow these basic safety standards. So this is referred to as the Polar Code. Option A is the correct answer. This was recently in news because the northern routes have opened up for shipping due to global warming. Next, question number 8. With reference to the UN General Assembly, consider the following statements. The UN General Assembly can grant observer status to the non-member states. Intergovernmental organizations can seek observer status in the UNGA. Permanent observers in the UNGA can maintain missions at the UN headquarters. Now, the UN General Assembly also was in news because India has been very active at the United Nations over the last 1 year. Why? Because India has been functioning as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. India has been elected for a 2-year term, that is from 2021 to 2022, as a non-permanent member to the UNSC, the UN Security Council, which is the other primary organ of the UN. So India has been playing a key role at the United Nations, at the Security Council, and as a result, the United Nations itself was very, very important for your prelims. We highlighted this in the crash course as well, and we had taken quite a few questions on the UN, and we clearly discussed the role and the functions and the organs of the UN. So as expected, there has been a direct question on UN General Assembly. So let's see what's the right answer to this question. See, all the 3 statements given here are correct. Option D is your correct answer. Why? Because UN General Assembly can admit non-member states and provide them observer status. For example, Palestine. Palestine is not a member state of UN. It's a non-member state, but it has been given observer status by UN General Assembly, and it acts as an observer to the UNGA. Even intergovernmental organizations can be admitted as observers. They can be given observer status in the UNGA. And those who are permanent observers, they can even maintain a mission at the UN headquarters. So all three given statements are correct. Option D is your right answer. Moving on to the ninth question, consider the following statements. BDBD is a large refugee settlement in northwestern Kenya. Some people who fled from South Sudan civil war live in BDBD. Some people who fled from civil war in Somalia live in Dadaab refugee camp in Kenya. See, this question is focused on the Africa region. In fact, this time UPSC has given special attention to certain regions. It has given special attention to East Europe because East Europe has been frequently in news due to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. It has paid attention to West Asia and Central Asia as well, right? You will see many more questions on these lines. And there are also quite a few questions on Africa. Because African countries have gone through a period of turmoil. Many countries have seen famines, they have seen natural disasters, they have witnessed increase in terrorism, they have gone through civil wars and conflicts. There have been military coups where governments have been overthrown and military has captured power in many African countries. If you remember, we discussed this in our crash course, we have covered this in our CNA as well. So UPSC has paid attention to Africa here with regard to the refugee crisis in some countries. So let me help you answer this question. See, the BDBD settlement, it is a refugee settlement, but it is not located in Kenya as given in the question. It's located in Uganda, in northwestern Uganda. South Sudan refugees, when South Sudan went into a civil war, refugees fled from South Sudan and they took refuge at the BDBD settlement. Okay, that's what you should know. Next, the Dadaab refugee camp, it is located in Kenya. You can see that clearly in the map, and refugees from Somalia have moved over here and settled over the last few years. Somalia has been going through a civil war since many years, and the refugees that flow into Kenya, which is a neighboring country, they are settled at the Dadaab refugee camp. So now with this map-based understanding, it's very, very easy and simple to answer this question. The first statement is incorrect. Please note, the first statement given in the question is incorrect. Why? Because the question says it is located in Kenya. It's not in Kenya, it's in Uganda. However, the second and third statements both are correct because refugees from South Sudan's civil war are the ones who have settled in the BDBD refugee camp. And refugees from the Somalian civil war, they have been settled in the Dadaab refugee camp in Kenya. So both these statements are correct. Option C is the correct answer. Now moving on to the 10th question. Consider the following countries: Armenia, Azerbaijan, Croatia, Romania and Uzbekistan. These countries have been given and you need to check which of these are members of a grouping known as Organization of Turkic States. Many of these countries and this region in itself was in news because of the geopolitical tensions in the region. The Organization of Turkic States, it's a grouping of Turkic nations where the Turkish language is spoken, right? These countries, they were all part of the Ottoman Turkish Empire at one point of time. Some of these countries have come together and they have formed a regional grouping, and the members include Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Azerbaijan and Turkey. These are the member countries. So if you know who are the members, right? If you know who are the observers of the group, Hungary and Turkmenistan, they are observers to the group. Based on this, you can easily answer the given question. Armenia is definitely not a part of the group. You can exclude Armenia from it, right? Azerbaijan is definitely a member, it was a founding member. Croatia and Romania are not part of it. Uzbekistan is definitely a part of it. So 2 and 5 is the correct answer. Option C, 2 and 5 is the right answer. Also note, countries like Armenia and Azerbaijan were in news because of the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict that has been escalating in the last 2 years. Again, this is something we have covered in our crash course and in our regular current affairs, right? So this was a very expected question. The region and these groupings and the countries here, they were definitely in news. Moving on to the next question. With reference to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, consider the following statements. The question is on UN clause. Again, a very important topic. It's been frequently in news because of the South China Sea dispute, because of India trying to extend its exclusive economic zone as per UN clause provisions. All these were some recent developments, and that is why UPSC has picked this question on the UN clause. So let's see what the question says. A coastal state has the right to establish the breadth of its territorial sea up to a limit not exceeding 12 nautical miles measured from baseline determined in accordance with the convention. Ships of all states, whether coastal or landlocked, enjoy the right of innocent passage. They enjoy the right of innocent passage through the territorial sea. And the last statement, the third statement says, the exclusive economic zone or EEZ shall not extend beyond 200 nautical miles from the baseline from which the breadth of the territorial sea is measured. Now let me show you a schematic and explain as to how the maritime zones are drawn up as per the provisions of UN clause. Let's take a look at the schematic which will help you understand how the maritime zones and boundaries are drawn up as per the provisions of this UN convention. If you look at this slide, see, you can notice the baseline over here. The baseline is an imaginary line that hugs the coastline of a country. From here, the maritime zones, the maritime boundaries are measured as per the provisions of UN clause. The first 12 nautical miles from the baseline is the territorial waters of that country. In the territorial waters, a country has complete rights over here, complete sovereign rights, all the laws can be enforced over here. However, other countries have a right to send their ships through territorial waters if it is innocent passage. Meaning if the ship is not threatening the security and integrity of that country, right? If it is not involved in espionage, if it is not involved in terrorism, piracy, smuggling, if it is not causing damage to the environment. So such a passage of a ship is an innocent passage. If innocent passage is proven, every ship of every country has a right to pass through even territorial waters. So clearly you can say the first two statements are correct, because territorial waters is up to 12 nautical miles from the baseline. That's what the first statement is saying. Second statement is also correct because ships of other countries, they have a right of innocent passage in territorial waters. However, third statement given is incorrect because exclusive economic zone, EEZ, it generally extends to 200 nautical miles from the baseline. But this is not the maximum limit. It can extend up to 350 nautical miles as well, depending on the continental shelf of the country. If a country can prove that its continental shelf extends beyond 200 nautical miles, then UN clause will consider the request and the exclusive economic zone may be extended. This question has been picked by UPSC, not just because UN clause is in news due to South China Sea conflict, but also because India has been trying to extend its EEZ by claiming that our continental shelf extends beyond 200 nautical miles. So that is the reason why the third statement is incorrect. You can eliminate the option 3, right? Option B, C, D can be cut off because the third statement is clearly incorrect. So option A is your right answer. 1 and 2 only is the correct answer. Coming to the next question. Which of the following statement best reflects the issue with Senkaku Islands sometimes mentioned in the news? The Senkaku Islands are also known as the Diaoyu Islands. It's located in the East China Sea over here, as you can see in the map. It's in news because of a maritime dispute, a maritime conflict involving China and Japan. A very simple question, much expected topic. We have covered it in our CNA, in our crash course as well. So it's quite simple and straightforward to answer this question. If you come back and go through all the options given here, you can easily say that option B is the right answer. China and Japan engage in maritime disputes over these islands in East China Sea. Option B is the correct answer. Coming to question number 13, consider the following pairs. See, UPSC has actually marked a return to these kind of questions. In the last few years, match the following or selecting the right pair. Such questions were not coming for few years. But this pattern of questions has been brought back by UPSC. So on the left, you have 4 countries listed over here. Some are African countries. There's one country from West Asia. And they've been matched with a development, a recent development. You need to check whether these pairs are correctly matched. Chad has been matched with setting up of permanent military base by China. You need to check whether this is correct, whether Chad was in news because China is looking to set up a military base in this country. This pair is incorrect. Why? Because China is not looking to set up any military base at Chad. In fact, there were reports that China is looking to set up a military base in another African country known as Equatorial Guinea. So that is why the first pair is incorrect. However, the other 3 pairs are absolutely correct. Guinea, Lebanon and Tunisia. They were all in news because of these reasons. and we discussed a couple of them in our crash course. Remember, there was one question on military coups in Africa, in African countries. So there I had pointed out many countries that went through military coups recently, and Guinea was one of them. There was suspension of constitution and government by the military. That is why the country was in news. So this is a correct pair. We even spoke about Lebanon by taking a question. Lebanon was in news because of its economic crisis. It's going through a severe, prolonged economic depression. So 2 and 3 are correct pairs. Even the fourth pair is correctly matched because Tunisia was recently in news in February 2022. The president has further expanded his powers by suspending the parliament. So 3 pairs are correctly matched. Option C is your correct answer. Now coming to the last question from international relations, consider the following pairs. Again, it's a similar question, the pattern is similar. On the left you have 4 regions that were in news that has been mentioned. They have been matched with few countries. You need to check whether this is correct. There is Anatolia, Amhara, Cabo Delgado, Catalonia. They have been matched with Turkey, Ethiopia, Spain and Italy. Let's quickly understand why these regions were in news, where are they located, and quickly answer this question. The Anatolia region, it's located in Turkey. You might have heard about the Anatolian Peninsula, right? It makes up large part of modern Turkey today, right? This region was primarily in news because of Turkey's role in geopolitics. It's a key member of NATO. The Anatolia region lies just below the Black Sea region, right? This is the Black Sea, which has been the focus of the Russia-Ukraine war. So you would be expected to know where the Anatolia region or the Anatolia Peninsula is located. The correct answer is Turkey. Next, the Amhara region is in news because it's located in Ethiopia and it has been going through a civil war. Ethiopia has been going through a conflict over the last couple of years in the Tigray region, the Tigray conflict. This is something we have covered in our editorials in our daily CNA. So Amhara region is one region where the Ethiopian civil war is being fought. So that is why this region was in news. Next, Cabo Delgado. This region was also in news because recently it was hit by a cyclone. It's in Mozambique, the East African country that faces the Indian Ocean. It was also in news because there was large-scale violence and civil unrest in this province of Mozambique. India even helped out Mozambique during the cyclone by sending disaster management assistance. So even then, the Cabo Delgado region was in news. Coming to the last one, that is Catalonia. Catalonia is fighting for independence from Spain. There is a pro-independence movement going on in Catalonia from many, many years, and it has been reported in news recently as well. So now with this understanding, if you come back to the question and see the pairs that have been matched, you can easily conclude what is the right answer. Anatolia and Turkey are correctly matched, 1. Even 2 is correctly matched, Amhara with Ethiopia. However, 3 and 4 are incorrectly matched, right? Cabo Delgado has been matched with Spain, this is incorrect. Catalonia is matched with Italy, both are incorrect. So 2 pairs, only 2 pairs are correctly matched, option B is the correct answer. So this brings our discussion on IR questions to an end. These are the 14 questions from international relations that had come in our prelims. So I hope it was a fruitful discussion. I hope you got your answers. So do let us know how you performed in the exam. Do let us know the expected score in the comments below. So now we are going to take a short break, a short 30 seconds break. I'm going to hand over the session to my colleague Mukesh sir, who's going to discuss all the geography questions that had come in this year's paper. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome to BYJU'S Exam Prep. Welcome to this discussion of geography paper and the questions which appeared in the Prelims 2022. We shall be analyzing the questions, we shall try to understand why such questions were asked, and overall we shall try to gauge the difficulty level of these questions which have appeared in the Prelims. I'm sure till now you have seen the various different questions appearing for polity, economy and IR. Now in geography, you had multiple different types of questions appearing from the portion of locational geography. As you would have seen in your discussion of IR as well, you had significant amount of concentration paid by UPSC in testing and checking whether the candidate knows about Senkaku Islands, whether the candidate knows about the region of Levant, whether the candidate is aware of the boundary region of Afghanistan. So a significant focus was given on the locational aspect of geography. So without further ado, let us take a look at the 10 pure and core questions from geography which appeared in this examination, and let us try to find out what their answers could have been. So starting with the first question which appeared. So, system of rice intensification of cultivation in which alternate wetting and drying of rice fields is practiced results in. Now this system of rice intensification has been in prominence for some time now. At least for the past decade, this is a method of cultivation which is being talked about repeatedly. And why is that so? Precisely because cultivation of paddy or rice is one of the most unsustainable methods of agriculture and cultivation which is practiced. Generally, we find out that before planting the paddy crop, we flood the land, and there is a kind of a flooding irrigation. Now, in that case, what happens is there is immense amount of methane emission which takes place. Lot of water is used in that process, and that water eventually is lost out into the atmosphere. So that is why this system is practiced and is being promoted worldwide in order to not only conserve the amount of water that we are wasting, but also in a way conserve the number of and the amount of seeds that we are applying in order to grow the crop. Overall, this method of cultivation significantly leads to an increase in the crop yield of rice as well. Now let us take a look at the option statements. So, this results in reduced seed requirement? Absolutely yes. It can lead to almost 10 times reduced requirement of seeds as compared to the traditional method of cultivation which is practiced. Then we have reduced methane production. So rice is one of those crops which leads to significant amount of methane emissions out there in the atmosphere. And it is one of the major anthropogenic sources of methane emissions that we come across. So this method of cultivation of rice is famous and is prominent because here you don't need to inundate the land. So obviously the production of methane thereby reduces quite significantly. So yes, it achieves a reduced methane production as well. And then we have reduced electricity consumption. So the electricity consumption, when we talk about consumption of electricity during the cultivation process, we are basically talking about the utilization of electricity for extraction of water and then carry out the process of irrigation. So in this case, because the requirement of water reduces by close to around 30 to 50% in certain cases, so automatically we can come to the conclusion that energy use quite significantly. So this will also be correct. So in this case, the answer shall be D, that is 1, 2 and 3. Now this question, I will put it under the category of easy to moderate, and precisely because this system of rice cultivation has been in news for the past 3 to 4 years. So yes, it comes into prominence, then again fades out, but then it has been in discussion for a long time now. So that is why I'll place it under easy to moderate level of difficulty. Now, moving on to the next question. Which one of the following lakes of West Africa has become dry and turned into a desert? Now, when we talk about the various lakes in Africa, all these lakes, they are either man-made or they have been created as a result of embankment by the river system itself. Now here, if you take a look at the options, first option, that is Lake Victoria. Lake Victoria, we all know, lies very close to the East African Rift Valley, and it lies in the central to eastern part of Africa. So Lake Victoria obviously will be incorrect. Then we have Lake Faguebin. Now this Lake Faguebin is dry and it is ideally located in the region of Mali, but then it has been dry since 1970s and the 80s itself. So that makes a very obvious answer in this case. However, this is one of those very factual questions which either you know about or you are simply not aware. So this is not one of those questions where you can reach the solution by the process of elimination or being smart while approaching the option statements. So here, Lake Faguebin will be the correct answer, and that is B. And this will be difficult to very difficult in terms of its difficulty level. Then, moving on to the third question. The third question was, Gandikota Canyon of South India was created by which one of the following rivers? Now, this Gandikota Canyon has been in news recently because there has been significant amount of effort put in by the state government in order to improve the tourism in that region, and that is why ropeways are also touted to be constructed in that area. So that is one of the major reasons why this has been in prominence. Now it is to be found across which river? So it is the river Pennar which makes this canyon out there while moving through the Kadapa district in Andhra Pradesh, very close to the Kadapa district in Andhra Pradesh. Now, ideally, you should not panic that should we start learning each and every canyon created across the country? No. Gandikota was asked because this was in news, because there was a lot of activism regarding conservation of environment and pristine and natural beauty of that region also taking place, while the government wanted to earn some revenue through tourism. So that is why this has been in news, and ideally you would put it under the moderate category of difficulty level. Then moving on to the next question. The next question was, consider the following pairs. Here on one side you have the peaks which are listed, and on the other side you have to match it with the region or the portion of the Himalayas where you will find those peaks. So look at each of these peaks and let us try to understand where they are situated. Now starting with Namcha Barwa. Where is Namcha Barwa situated? So if you take a look at the northeastern part of the country, slightly to the north of the northernmost king in Arunachal Pradesh, there you have Namcha Barwa. In fact, the Himalayan mountains, they take a syntaxial bend around the region of Namcha Barwa. And Namcha Barwa is also very famous because that is the region from where the river Brahmaputra, the mighty Brahmaputra, suddenly takes a southward turn. And before that, Brahmaputra continues to move from a direction of west to east. It is at Namcha Barwa where Brahmaputra carves out a very deep gorge and then enters into Arunachal Pradesh. Now, where is Garhwal Himalaya? Now, the Garhwal Himalayas, they are situated or located in the region around Uttarakhand, along with the Kumaon Himalayas. That is one of the bifurcations that you have in the Uttarakhand Himalayas. So, clearly, this is incorrectly matched. Now, I know that one is incorrectly matched. Immediately, if I take a look at the option statements, I'll be able to eliminate two of the options where one is listed. So, either the answer shall be B or C. Both of them cannot be correct. Now, Nanda Devi. Nanda Devi is situated in the region of Kumaon Himalayas and is very much a part of the Western Himalayan system itself. So, here this is correct. Very close to Nanda Devi, you also have the small river stream Nandakini, which originates and eventually ends up meeting Alaknanda at the region of Nandprayag. So yes, Nanda Devi is situated in the Kumaon Himalayas. Then moving on to the third, that is Nokrek. Now Nokrek is a region which is situated in the area of Meghalaya. You would have also come across the Nokrek protected area under environment and ecology. So from that also you can reach a deduction out of this. So Nokrek is not situated in the Sikkim Himalayas. Because in Sikkim Himalayas, you don't have the presence of such great amount of biodiversity with which you could associate snow crake generally with. So that can be a method of reaching your solution easily. So here, snow crake is not present in the Sikkim Himalayas. It is present in the region of Meghalaya itself. So we know that 1 and 3 are incorrect and 2 is correct. So this is one of those options that you can ably place under, again, easy to moderate category, provided that you are aware with the basic classification of Himalayas and the location of these famous peaks out there. All of these are very famous, but then here you have to understand the interrelation that UPSC has managed out with both Nanda Devi and Snow Crake. Both of these are important protected areas. So there also, if you would have read it even under environment and ecology, I'm sure you wouldn't have faced a difficulty in solving this question. So the answer is B, that is 2 only. Now, moving on to the next question. The next question is, with reference to India, consider the following statements. And this is about monazite. Now, monazite is one of those resources that we have which can help significantly in gaining a kind of self-sufficiency in energy production in our country. Now remember, those of you who would have attended the crash course for prelims, there we had discussed this question about monazite sands and where they are found. So this is one of those direct questions which has appeared. Monazite is a source of rare earths. That is absolutely correct. You have rare earth materials which can be found here. Then monazite contains thorium, and this is also correct. Monazite does contain thorium, and that thorium is extracted from there, and typically it is then treated to reach and extract a kind of a fissile material. So yes, B is also correct. Then monazite occurs naturally in the entire Indian coastal sands in India. Now this is incorrect, because if you take a look at this statement in itself, it talks about the occurrence of monazite across all the coastal territories of. This is not true, because if you look at the distribution of monazite, typically along the western coastline, it can be found majorly only in the region of Kerala coast. It is not found so prominently either in Maharashtra or the Gujarat coastline, but on the eastern coastline, you can still find its distribution to be found in the region of Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, and also interior areas such as Jharkhand. So the third statement is incorrect. Now we know that option 3 is, or the statement 3 is incorrect. Now very quickly, if you take a look at all the option statements which are given here, wherever you have the presence of 3, immediately you can eliminate all of them. So automatically you are left with the correct answer. But anyways, the fourth statement, in India, government bodies only can process or export monazite. So this is correct. So ideally this question becomes easy because of the method of elimination, and that is what makes this question very easy, and I'm sure most of you would have found it the same. Now moving on to the next question. The next question is, in the northern hemisphere, the longest day of the year normally occurs in the. Now this is a question which talks about the mere basic facts regarding rotation and revolution of the planet. In the year 2019, UPSC had asked a very, very similar question, just the wording was different. So in a way, you have a kind of a question which is directly repeated from the past year question. So here, what happens and when is it that we experience the longest day of the year? So the longest day of the year in the northern hemisphere shall be experienced on summer solstice. And when is it that we have this summer solstice? We have it on 21st of June. So at this date, we have the Earth's axis, which is already tilted towards the sun, reaching its maximum position. So that is why in the southern hemisphere, we do experience the shortest day and the longest nights, whereas in the northern hemisphere, we do observe the longest day and the shortest night, and it is also demarcated to be the peak of the summer season in the country, especially the continental areas across the northern hemisphere. So here, What will be the correct answer? Let us take a look at the option statements. First half of the month of June, incorrect, because we know it is on 21st of June. If you take a look at the option B, second half of the month of June, this is correct because it happens on 21st of June. Then we have first half of the month of July and second half of the month of July. That is again incorrect. I think we have to be very clear here that this is one of the basic requirements that a student or a candidate who has studied geography must fulfill. That you should be aware of summer solstice, winter solstice, the vernal equinoxes that we have, and when is it that we experience it. Even in 2019, UPSC had asked a question that on 21st of June, what will be the position of sun with respect to the various different latitudinal extents that we have on the planet Earth. So that is why it is a direct repeat, and it can be tasked as very, very easy question that UPSC has asked. Now, moving on to the next question. Consider the following pairs. We have the wetlands and the location where these wetlands are situated. We have to find out that how many pairs given above are correctly matched. Now, this was a new trend that we found out in the question paper of 2022, where in the option statements you had only one pair, only two pairs, only three pairs, all four pairs. Now, this is one of the very smart moves from the part of UPSC, because now it totally puts out of the window the method of elimination and reaching and arriving at the correct result. So in these sort of questions, you need to be aware of all the different options. Only then will you be in a position to come to a correct solution. So Hokera wetland. So it is given here Punjab. That is incorrect. Hokera wetland is ideally situated in Jammu and Kashmir. So very close to Srinagar. So there we have the Hokera wetland. So first is incorrect. Then Renuka wetland. Now Renuka Sagar wetland is situated in Himachal Pradesh and is one of the very important wetlands for the route of the migratory birds as well. So this is correctly matched. Then we have the Rudrasagar wetland, again correctly matched that it is situated in the state of Tripura. It is one of the major wetland ecosystems that we have, along with few which are situated in Manipur as well as Assam. This Rudrasagar wetland is one of the larger ones. So this is also correctly matched. Then we have Sastham Kota. Now Sastham Kota wetland is one of the large freshwater ecosystems that we have in the state of Kerala. We don't have it in the state of Tamil Nadu. We have it in the state of Kerala. It consists of fresh water and again is a support system for many of the avian species or the bird species who travel there for certain seasons. So here we have two which are correctly matched and two. Moving on to the next question. The next question is, consider the following states: Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Himachal Pradesh and Tripura. How many of the above are generally known as tea producing states? Now in total, if you consider the entirety of the country, we have around 12 to 16 tea producing states in our country. Now here we don't have to consider each and every individual farm or tea garden which is out there. Unless and until you have a major or a bulk production of tea coming out of that state, we don't consider it as a tea producing state. Why I'm saying this is because here many of the candidates have a confusion regarding the state of Andhra Pradesh, because even in Andhra Pradesh you find a couple of individual tea gardens here and there along the eastern Ghats, but these are not the major producing centers. So if you take a look at the states listed here, Kerala obviously a major tea producing state, especially around the region of Wayanad, you have large tea estates which are present. Himachal Pradesh again center around Palampur, these are large producing areas in Himachal Pradesh. Even Tripura for that matter has ideal climatic conditions for the growth of tea. So here also you will find the growth of tea and significant production of tea which is carried out. However, in the case of Andhra Pradesh, generally it is the moisture deficiency as well as the higher temperature which inhibits the normal production. Yes, there is encouragement now which is being provided by the government in order to promote that tea plantation, but then climatic conditions along with the soil requirements that are not fulfilled ideally in Andhra Pradesh. So Andhra Pradesh won't be considered as a part of the tea producing states that you have. So in this, again, how many of the above are generally known as the tea producing states? Here we have C, that is only 3 states out of the 4 which are considered to be tea producing states. So this again, I would put it under moderate to moderately difficult, because ideally most of us, we don't start learning and memorizing each and every tea producing state out there. But if you would have applied your logic regarding the temperature conditions and the conditional requirements of moisture availability, soil conditions, because for growing tea you do need loamy acidic soil, and that soil is in significant rarity when you talk about the state of Andhra Pradesh. So there, by that logic, if you look at the conditions which are required, you can reach the answer, but then that is why we place it under moderate to slightly difficult. Now, then moving on to the next question. The next question is again a match the following pair regarding the reservoirs and the state where it is situated. So when we talk about the various different reservoirs here, starting with Ghat Prabha. Now Ghat Prabha is situated in the state of Karnataka. Here you have mentioned Telangana. So ideally, one can get confused between Karnataka and Telangana, but it is not so. Because if you look at the river Ghat Prabha in itself, Ghat Prabha, Mal Prabha, all of them, they form tributaries of river Krishna. Now they end up joining river Krishna in the region of Karnataka itself. So that is why you cannot expect a large reservoir for that matter to end up being or situated in the region of Telangana. So that is incorrect. Then you have Gandhi Sagar. Gandhi Sagar is a dam which is present in Madhya Pradesh, and it is built upon the river Chambal. So this is correct. This is correctly matched. Indira Sagar. Indira Sagar is a dam which is built upon the river Narmada, and obviously if you look at the whole path followed by river Narmada before meeting Arabian Sea, it flows through the region of Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra and Gujarat. Here you have the mention of Andhra Pradesh. That is again incorrect. Indira Sagar is situated in the state of Madhya Pradesh itself. Then you have the Maithan Dam. Now, Maithan Dam is one of the earliest multi-purpose river valley projects that we have in India. It was built taking into consideration the exact sort of designing that you had in the Tennessee multi-purpose river valley project. So that is why it was one of the flagship multi-purpose river valley project which was constructed across the river Damodar. And this river Damodar, earlier referred to as the sorrow of Bengal. Because of this Maithan Dam, the spate of the river could be controlled quite significantly, and some portions of the state of West Bengal were rid with the problems of flooding which earlier they suffered every year. So where is Maithan situated? It is situated near the district of Dhanbad in Jharkhand, at the border of Jharkhand and West Bengal. So this is again incorrect. So how many pairs given above are not correctly matched? So in this case, we have 1, 3 and 4. That is, they are not correctly matched. So the answer shall be C. That is only 3 pairs. Then, moving on to the last question. Consider the following statements. High clouds primarily reflect solar radiation and cool the surface of the earth. Second, low clouds have a high absorption of infrared radiation emanating from the Earth's surface and thus causing warming effect. Now, this is the only conceptual question coming from the portion of climatology. Earlier, UPSC used to concentrate quite significantly upon climatology. But here we have seen a trend that such conceptual questions are lacking, and generally stress has been paid upon the factual questions. Now, analyzing the question at hand, here you will observe high clouds primarily reflect solar radiation and cool the surface of the earth. That is incorrect. Why is that the case? Because if you take this to be the surface of the planet, when we consider clouds situated at a higher level, and when we mention higher clouds, we are generally referring to which cloud types? We are referring to cirrus, cirrocumulus, and cirrostratus. Sometimes even altocumulus and altostratus, they are also considered to be a part of the same category. So here what happens is that while terrestrial radiation is emanated from the planet's surface, that terrestrial radiation is basically reflected back. And that terrestrial radiation is basically reflected back, and that manages to heat up the surface. So rather than providing a cooling effect, the high level clouds, they provide a kind of a heating effect. They warm the planet. That is why we say that cloudy nights are generally warmer as compared to the clear skied nights. So the first statement shall be incorrect. Now the second statement. Low clouds have a high absorption of infrared radiation emanating from the Earth's surface and thus cause warming effect. Now, when we talk about low-level clouds, we are basically talking about stratus, cumulus, as well as sometimes stratocumulus, as well as we have nimbostratus clouds. Now, these clouds can be found at an elevation of around a couple of kilometers from the ground surface itself. Now, the prime purpose that these clouds they end up playing is they start blocking the solar rays. And because of that blockage, that provides a kind of a natural cooling as well. So rather than warming effect, this provides a cooling effect. So in both these statements, you find that the role has been reversed. So in this case, the answer shall be D, that is neither 1 nor 2. Okay? So this again, I would put under easy to moderate level of difficulty, judging by the fact that once we are aware about the property of the clouds, the level that they are formed in, it should be very easy for us to understand where is it and when is it that heat is absorbed and reflected back. Because when we consider the low-level clouds, they are present so close to the surface that the terrestrial radiation which is lost by the surface, significant amount of it cannot be trapped by them. So that gives us D, that is neither 1 nor 2. And that brings us to the end of discussion for the subject of geography. Overall, as compared to the previous year, we can definitely say that it is slightly a bit more factual. But then, the UPSC made it up by asking easy questions when it comes to the locational aspect of geography and the dynamic portion of geography which has been in news, be it Afghanistan, Levant, and so on. Overall, we can expect the cutoff to be very similar to what we experienced last year. So that is it from my side for the discussion of geography. Now we shall be taking a short break, and I would ask my colleague Abhishek sir to continue the discussion regarding ancient, medieval, and art and culture portion of history. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to BYJU'S Exam Prep IAS. As part of the key discussion, today we'll be discussing right now ancient medieval art and culture. But before we begin, we need to understand one thing. Unfortunately, ancient and along with medieval and art and culture turned out to be the most difficult part of this paper. Every year, out of the basic static subjects, be it polity, economy, geography, or history itself, this time UPSC chose history to be the problematic aspect. The questions in themselves were quite difficult. If not, then we have this new concept of this new type of pairing, which makes this question even more difficult because with 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 3 and 4, what we were able to deduce, we were able to use elimination. But this time, most of the history subjects and questions itself, what we see is whenever there is 1, 2 and 3, 4, they have given this type of options, which makes this question extremely difficult. There are questions which are above even optional level, and as we go on, I will keep on telling you what the general level was. One more thing which you need to understand is out of the 16 questions which came through in history, 2 in ancient, 4 in medieval, 6 in art and culture, and then 4 again in modern India. What we can see is out of the 16s, if you were able to manage 8 to 9 questions, even 6 to 7, you have done your job, because out of the 100 questions, always 20 questions are quiz questions. And unfortunately, UPSC chose history to be that subject this year, which is that the quiz questions came from here. Now, the point which you need to understand here itself is that you don't need to see it as a representative level of UPSC. It was an anomaly year, and UPSC will obviously come back to the art and culture, which we already know, which is art, form and state, very, very soon. But this year we got a very, very difficult paper. This will also have a bearing on the cutoff, which is that because 16 questions is a lot of questions, history will play a very important role in clearing the exam or not. So let's look at the first question itself. And as I said, these are difficult questions. This question itself is difficult because of the fact that the historical personalities involved are not standard personalities. With reference to Indian history, consider the following pairs. Aryadeva, Jain scholar, Diganaga, Buddhist scholar, Nath Muni, Vaishnava scholar. Now the whole new thing which UPSC introduced, none of the pairs are correctly matched, 1 pair is correctly matched, 2 pairs is correctly matched, all 3 pairs are correctly matched. Now this is something totally novel. There is no precedence to this. This is like UPSC did not want you to use elimination, which was your friend generally. Now this question, one personality you would generally know, which is Nath Muni. Because Nath Muni is a Vaishnava scholar, we all know. Now, Nath Muni is a Vaishnava scholar, considered one of the first Vaishnava acharyas. So we know that one of the pair is totally correct. Now we need to decide if Diganaga and Aryadeva, which of the following is a Jain scholar or Buddhist scholar. Now, Aryadeva is a very important Buddhist scholar actually, who is very, very common in the Southeast Asian and East Asian Buddhism. And Diganaga is a very important scholar because he developed the concept of what is called Buddhist deductive logic, which makes him very, very important, I'm extremely sorry for this, but yeah. So Aryadeva is actually a Buddhist scholar, and he is a deductive logic personality. So in Buddhism, he is the one who actually introduced deductive logic, and Aryadeva is also a Buddhist. So the point is, in these two, both had to be Buddhist. So the answer here is only 2 of them are correctly matched. So answer is C. So Aryadeva is not a Jain scholar, but a Buddhist scholar, very common in East Asian Buddhism. And you have Diganaga, who is a Buddhist scholar, yes, deductive logic. Now, the basic question would be, sir, would I know this? Or should I know it? There is no way you would have known this because these are not standard scholars, because they are not part of Indian Buddhism itself. which makes it a difficult question. The problem was if they would have given 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 2, 3 and 1, then somehow because we could have used Nath Muni as a reference point to find an answer. Here you can't come to at least, so see what elimination helped you with. From 100% of getting the question, we could have come to 50%. It would then have been 50-50 probability of getting the question and the answer itself. But this is maximum bringing you to one option. Getting eliminated, but still 3 options are there, so that becomes a problem in itself. So this question, difficult question, answer is C, that Diganaga and Buddhist scholar, Nath Muni, Vaishnava school. This is a very standard first acharya of Vaishnavism, extremely important, but again a difficult question. A very, very difficult question because of the reference itself. Then we come to the weirdest and the most difficult question out of all. This is the most difficult, extremely difficult. Because for this, I had to actually open the original Arthashastra and the original translation of it and go to the chapter related to slavery to actually find reference to this. Or you will find reference to this in books like Upinder Singh or Romila Thapar, which are actually again optional level books. Again, we do Arthashastra, we do slavery, we understand Dasa-Dasi tradition, we know that slavery was institutionalized in the Mauryan period. But when we talk about specific references to how the son will have what status, this I did in my MPhil, which is that we were reading Arthashastra in its original and these are the references which have come through. So let's look at the question. If you did not get this question, it is not your fault. This question is not even for an honor student, it's a master's level question. So let's look at the options. According to Kautilya's Arthashastra, which of the following are correct? A person could be a slave as a result of judicial punishment. If a female slave bore her master a son, she was legally free. If a son born to a female slave was fathered by her master, the son was entitled to the legal status of the master's son. Then we have been given these options, but unfortunately this question is so difficult that the options don't help us. But I can tell you how to come to the answer, but I don't expect you to know that logic. That is the problem here. That is the level which is not general studies level, what we expect from NCERT level or very, very basic standard books, R.S. Sharma level or Romila Thapar. That is quite high, quite high. So a person could be a slave as a result of judicial punishment. Yes, because there were 2 ways of becoming a slave, either debt or the other one was when you are convicted of some crime in which you were enslaved to that person. This is again an implied statement. The Kautilya Arthashastra itself does not quote this. It talks about punishments and it talks about slavery as one of the punishments. So this again is actually implied in this slave section, in the slavery section of Arthashastra, Shloka 4. Which is that it says that as a form of punishment, you can be made a slave of somebody. So we are expecting judicial punishment because there was a very elaborate judiciary of the Mauryan period and the Mauryan Empire. That is why we are implying it out of that. If a female slave bore her master a son, she was legally free. This is exactly Shloka 6.1. So this is totally correct. This is totally correct. And ironically, because there was a lot of friction within the society because of Dasa-Dasi tradition and what is the slave master tradition, it was believed that if a female slave has bore a son, the son would then be entitled to master's son, so technically does not remain a slave. So here the answer is 1, 2 and 3, but this is directly out of the Arthashastra, word to word out of the Arthashastra or Upinder Singh chapter on Mauryan polity and administration. So this question is difficult, the most difficult question. 2 questions came from ancient India. If you didn't get either, don't need to be disheartened, don't need to see it as a representative case. As I told you, out of all subjects, this was the problematic one because of the way the UPSC made changes in the options and then in the questions itself. So let's move to medieval. Medieval was a little bit better. 4 questions can be done through an understanding of Mongolian invasion and a little bit of understanding of basic Delhi Sultanate and Mughal terms. Here what happened was, terms came, and not administrative terms, but difficult terms related to very specific references. So let's look at the questions. In medieval India, the term phanam referred to clothing, coins, ornaments or weapons. Now this question has a very interesting history behind it. Again, if you actually look into the dictionary, the word phanam appears because it's actually a distorted word. So let's talk about it. See, this question technically is early modern medieval, not even properly medieval, because it's referring to something else in the 13th century and then something related to phanam itself, which is an 18th century concept, so early modern. See, in the Kerala region, Travancore region, what technically the coin is called pannam. The word pannam till today, if you go to the Kerala sector, from 13th century itself until 1815, Travancore sector and Kerala region, pannam was a coin, a very standard, very small coin, very standard in the area as an issue. And it is only when the Dutch came through and the English that this word got distorted into phanam. Because they were not able to pronounce pannam, they changed it to phanam. So if you actually look into a dictionary, phanam will say a South Indian coin. So the answer here is B, which is coin, but phanam till 13th century, till 18th century is actually called pannam. Thereafter it shifts to phanam with the distortion coming from, because it was minted at Nagapattinam under Dutch also, and the English also used to use this coin for a very long time till 1815. After that, the English will introduce the Indian rupee, which will then replace the phanam itself. This question, again, based on a transitionary period, early modern and medieval. Regionality helps you here. Maybe the Hindi translation will help you, but still, the point is, this is a very obscure term, because when we come to numismatics itself as a part of art and culture or even medieval India, we do not refer to 18th century obscure coins which were only circulated locally. So it is technically a local or regional coin. So itself it becomes a difficult question. I will not say that you should have known this. I will not be harsh and illogical to say that you should have known this as a standard. No, it's not standard. It isn't standard. If you got it, very good. See, other way to approach this question would be that clothing in medieval India was called calicos. Ornaments and weapons throughout Indian history don't have any specific reference to phanam, but again, that's a tangential concept. It's a tangential concept and a totally difficult question. So again, in the difficult side, but one of the more sane questions given by UPSC this time. Then, this question technically has two answers because it is about how UPSC interprets it. So let's look at it. See, Mongol invasion during the Delhi Sultanate period is an extremely important theme. From Dawa Khan to Kutluk Khwaja to Tamrashrin to the basic Chengiz Khan concept. Last year UPSC asked a question, so there's a precedence to this question because they asked specifically about Iltutmish. So let's see what type of question this is. The first Mongol invasion of India happened during the reign of Jalaluddin Khilji. During the reign of Alauddin Khilji, one Mongol assault marched up to Delhi and besieged the city. Muhammad bin Tughlaq temporarily lost portions of northwest of his kingdom to Mongols. Now, one thing should be clear, that when we talk about Dawa Khan, who actually came, and we discuss him in class, who actually came during the reign of Jalaluddin Khilji, was never able to cross through into Indian subcontinent. But technically, he was the first person under the Mongols, before Abdullah and Chengiz Khan himself, who actually was able to enter into the Indian subcontinent. Then comes Kutluk Khwaja, or what we also call Khan. Again, very standard. There's a very important battle called the Battle of Tilli, Battle of Killi. The Battle of Killi was actually fought between Kutluk Khwaja and Alauddin Khilji. But Alauddin Khilji never allowed the Mongols to enter into the Delhi sector itself. Alauddin Khilji, with his market reforms, had the strongest and the biggest army, and the biggest threat was also Kutlu Khwaja. So the second statement is totally incorrect because none of the Mongols before the Tughlaqs ever reached Delhi. They were able to enter into the Punjab sector but never able to reach Delhi in itself. So here, by that logic, we are able to eliminate two options. Now the problem with this question is, though we know that 3 is correct, fortunately we are able to use elimination, which is yes, Muhammad bin Tughlaq temporarily actually lost portions of northwest to the Mongols. Tamrashirin is the Mongol who came through in 1327. He even reached Delhi. When the Tughlaqs paid him a very big sum, he went back. So Delhi actually even fell during the Tughlaq period. The problem is the first statement. It says the first Mongol invasion of India happened during the reign of Jalaluddin Khilji. Now the problem here is first invasion. Now it is totally on the UPSC how they interpret the word invasion. I could have easily said that the answer here is 1 and 3 because yes, Dawa Khan was the first one to enter and invade a part of India. But the problem is that do they consider Genghis Khan's presence near the Indus itself as an invasion or not? Because the word first is used. If this is incorrect, then the answer becomes D. If this is correct, then the answer becomes 1 and 3. So we have to wait for the official answer key for this because we cannot decisively believe what the UPSC will think. Because UPSC itself has given a very, very dangerous paper when it comes to history. So we can't decisively. A lot of different sources will tell you C, but I would say that even D would be correct because the word first is used. So it is on how the word invasion, though it should have been the first Mongolian presence in India, happened under Iltutmish, then this statement would have been correct, then it would have been incorrect. But because it's saying invasion and first, we can't play with it. So this question, we have C and D both as the answer as of now. We would have to wait for the official answer key. But this question is a little bit moderately difficult because these are things which are given in Satish Chandra. There's a very long discussion on Jalaluddin Khilji, 1292, how Dawa Khan came through. There's a long discussion on Iltutmish. There's a long discussion on Alauddin Khilji and the Mongolian invasion during the Tughlaqs also. So Tamrashirin, it's a moderately difficult question, but can be done. Can be done. We'll leave it to UPSC for now. But if you've answered C, you are technically correct. If you answered D, you are also technically correct. Your logic was then based on the Iltutmish story. But most probably, UPSC should go with C. Should go with C because it will be a long shot to say that Iltutmish allowed the Mongols to come in and it cannot be called an invasion under Iltutmish. So I believe it would be C, but let's keep it to C and D. We have to be clear of what UPSC is thinking about it. Now, again, a question based on a term which you would never have any idea about, and the logic is again very, very tangential, an interesting history behind it, but again something which you will actually find reference to a book called V.D. Mahajan, and it is a book, V.D. Mahajan book is History of Medieval India. A lot of optional students would know about this book, History of Medieval India, V.D. Mahajan, or if you're in Delhi University or any of the universities with BA Honours, this is a very standard book for medieval, which is V.D. Mahajan. So it's an honours level question. With reference to Indian history, who of the following were known as Khuladaran? Arab merchants, Qalandars, Persian calligraphists, or Sayyids? Now, I'm not going to say it's a standard text, it's a standard term, it should have been known to you. I'll tell you the logic and then you decide how would you have known it. The logic is that the Sayyids, the Sayyid dynasty, the Sayyids as a community draw their origin to the daughter of Prophet Muhammad himself, Fatima. Therefore, they have a very privileged position in the Islamic traditions itself. When it came to Timur, he did not kill any Sayyid because they believed that they are in direct descendants of the Prophet himself. And when Sikandar Lodi even found the Sayyids appropriating and misusing a lot of money, he did not do anything because of their status. So the Sayyads actually are called Khuladaran because they wear pointy hats. What they wear are pointy hats, and that Khula is pointy. So the answer here is D. This reference comes out of the concept of their hat shape. Now again, this is not something which you would automatically know, or I would expect, except for this book, which is a very, very high level book, honors level. So again, if you didn't get it, don't be disheartened. There were enough questions in the examination to clear it with the cutoff of what we are expecting between 9500. The point is that history was handled with care. And you should not have played with your ego or the examiner's ego to attempt questions which you don't know. You should not have taken a negative here, but remember, this does not mean that history will always be like this. History can always change to something like geography, polity, or an art or environment which were much more easier or were based on implied logic, like last year. Last year, a lot of questions were actually quite simple based on basic data. So UPSC unfortunately chose history. In 2019, 2018, it was polity. It happens from time to time. So don't think about it too much. I hope that you did not take it on yourself and you left these questions. If not, as I told you, 6 to 7 questions, if you're able to manage out of all of them, knowing that modern India relatively easier, so you could have easily managed the cutoff. So let's move to the fourth question. Consider the following pairs: King Dynasty, Nanuka Chandela, Jayashakti Paramara, Nagabhatta to Gujra Pratihara, Bhoja Rashtrakuta. Now, problem is that this question is easy, but they made it difficult by this. Because this means that you need to know more than 2. And the point is, 2 are known, very standard. Let's talk about them. Nagbhatta and Bhoja. Everybody knows that Nagbhatta is the first ruler of the Gujra Pratiharas. No issues. This is a very standard name. Now, Bhoja, you find 2 references in history. Mihir Bhoja in the context of Gujra Pratihara or Bhoja 2, and Bhoja in the context of the Paramaras. He is known as Bhoja, and we call the Gujra Pratihara one, tripartite struggle one, Mihir Bhoja. So we know that this is totally correct, and we know that this is totally incorrect. Now, this technically does not help you. Why? Because either the next 3 are totally correct, or the next 2 are totally incorrect, because then only 1 pair could be correct, only 3 pairs could be correct. The point is that we were able to deduce that the Nagbhatta is totally correct, and we were able to deduce that Bhoja is not Rashtrakuta. Rashtrakuta kings always have names related to Vaishnavite tradition and the Avataras. Now comes Nanuka and Jayashakti. Nanuka is the most important ruler of the Chandelas. Yes, totally correct. And his successor is Jayashakti. So here 2 pairs are correctly matched, which is Nanuka and Nagbhatta 2. And Bhoja and Jayashakti are incorrect. This has to be Chandela. And this has to be either Paramars or Gujra Pratihara. That is totally on the examiner. Now this question again is an easy question or a moderately difficult question if we had 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 3 and 4. But UPSC has made it extremely difficult. Here you can't play with the options. A lot of times options gave us a lot of answers. So UPSC chose out of the 9 or 10 questions in which they've used this type of concept, 6 are in history itself. So somehow they did not want you to attempt this question in the easier way. It was the hard way to get it. So again, it is not a difficult question because the theme is known. In the sense that tripartite struggle, Nagbhatta, Bhoja are known. Chandelas again very important. This is an early medieval question based on the transitionary period between the Guptas and the Delhi Sultanate. So this period we get a lot of questions. Last year also we had a question related to the post-Gupta dynasties. So there is a precedence for this question, but again problematic because of the options. Let's move to now art and culture. At the outset, I will say one thing straight away. Art and culture was not something which could be managed out of Nitin Singhania, which is the sense that any standard book, you read CCRT, you read NCRTs, you read Nitin Singhania, any book, the basic questions related to art form and state was not asked only. Last year, what they did was, they were able to link it with the current affairs aspect. Out of the 6 questions, only 2 are related to current affairs. And we discussed one of them actually in our YouTube session related to the crash course, target prelims, which is the Ramanuja question. I'll come to that later. But art and culture, this time again, no precedence of these type of questions. This creates another aspect, because now there are questions in prelims. Because there was a major division. Art and culture is something which is not specific to prelims, which is ancient and medieval are, but art and culture is mains and prelims both. What they've done is they've introduced this mains level aspect in which you need to know a little bit more about dynasties, a little bit more about each and every temple, which makes it a little bit difficult. So as I told you, this aspect related to basic art and culture question, which a lot of students did not like, which is factual questions. But this year everybody was praying that you have some factual question, but the problem was that this is the way UPSC made this question paper, a lot of implied depth-based questions. So let's look at the first question. With reference to Indian history, consider the following text: Neti Prakarana, Prasishta Parvan, Avandha Shantaka, and the Mahapurana, Trishna Shilakshana Mahapurana. They asked you Jain text. Now, these are not standard Jain texts except for one, which is the Prasishta Pravan is actually of Hemchandra, and Hemchandra is a very important Jain scholar. This is the first clue which you have. This is a very standard text which is there in given in all books. You can find it in even Nitin Singhania and even in Satish Chandra. Now, and R.S. Sharma also there is a reference to this. Now the point is the other ones. Now, what the examiner did was that he added this word Mahapurana. Puranas we refer to mostly as Vaishnavite texts. We only refer to mostly as Vaishnavite texts. So what the examiner technically wanted you to do was to realize that, okay, this is Mahapurana, Puranas are related to the Vaishnava and the Shaiva text. It is a Hindu text in a sense. So let's do one thing, let us eliminate 4 and we get the answer 1, 2 and 3. But unfortunately, technically that logic will not work, because the Mahapurana, whatever is written in front does not really matter here, because this is a very important canonical text of the Jains written by Jina Sena himself, and is very, very important in the Ceylonese and the Tibetan form of the Ceylonese and Tibetan form of Jainism. Because Jainism was also spreading outside India, this text becomes a major canonical text outside India and even in India itself. So here the answer actually is 2 and 4, which is B, because Neti Prakarana is again a very important Buddhist text, which is linked to basic Southeast Asian and is also a very important text in the Theravada school. And the Avantha Shantaka was actually based on a story, it's a compilation of Buddhist legends. And this is a Theravada school. So you have reference to 2 Buddhist and 2 Jain. So the answer here becomes which are the Jain, 2 and 4. But it is a difficult question. It is a difficult question without any doubt, because the catch here is to know that the 3 is incorrect. Then only you would have got the answer. But this text is an obscure text, we will not find in standard sources. So this is a difficult question, and one of the more difficult out of art and culture. Art and culture little bit you can manage, and I'll tell you how. But the point is 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 are Jain texts, 2 are Buddhist texts. As I said, Prasishta Pravan is a very standard Hemchandra text taught everywhere, and Mahapurana was the way the UPSC wanted you to answer A. The catch was here. So the examiner was also playing a trick here. As much as he made these questions difficult, he made a trick question also so as to put you off. Let's move to the second question out of that. Site of Ashoka's major rock edicts, location in the state. This is part of art and culture properly and ancient also. When we discuss Ashokan Dhamma, we discuss the spatial location of all the major and minor rock edicts. Even if you're not learning each and every minor edict, 13 rock edicts major is expected from you because we learn which are the important ones. And Dhauli, we have already seen a reference previously also because of the Dhauli elephant itself. So here we need to decide which one are correctly matched. And the examiner again, when the question was easy, something which you can do easily out of the NCERT also, they gave this, which is to put you off. No doubt at all, it's to put you off. Because then it becomes a difficult question because you need to know 3. The problem, if UPSC is going to go forward like this, then it's a problem because then you need to know 3 at least, not 2, but 3. So, Dhauli, Odisha, Yeraguddi, Andhra Pradesh, you will also sometimes find this word, Yeraguddi it's called, why it is also used sometimes. You have Jaugada and Kalsi. Dhauli, is it in Odisha? Yes, it is. Yeraguddi, is it in Andhra Pradesh? Yes, it is very important. These are the 2 very, very close by when it comes to the eastern coast itself. Killed these many people, but I've changed. That is the politics of Dhamma. But the point is, you have one which is Dhauli, the other one which is Yeraguddi. Now, Jaugada is also in Odisha. It is next to Dhauli. These are the 2 major rock edicts which also talk about the Kalinga war quite a lot. This is again a very known fact that Dhauli and Jaugada are in Odisha. And Kalsi is not in Karnataka but in Uttarakhand. So if you actually match all of them, you have 1, 2, 3 and then they've given 1 in Uttarakhand. And in North India, Kalsi is an exception, which we actually learn in class also. Kalsi is an exception because it is the only one which has been put on a height in the Uttarakhand sector in order to talk to the frontier people. So here 2 pairs are correctly matched, 2 aren't. Odisha and Uttarakhand. This question I would say is an easy, moderately easy question, but the point is that they have now changed the way they have asked a question in the form of these options. Unfortunately, it makes this question a little bit tricky because if you knew 1 and 2, you would have easily got the answer. It was 1, 2 and 3, 2 and 3, 2 and 4 type question. That is the problem here. That is the problem here. It's a little bit tricky because of this, which is the options, not the problem. You have to learn this. You learn this in NCERTs. It is given in the NCERT and we also show you to you mostly in all platforms as a form of the map which is given. Major rock edicts you cannot ignore in any way and form. Question number 3. This again needs a lot of understanding. It's not a difficult question, but needs a level of understanding, and the option which is actually correct can be deduced through a way of elimination, but they've picked up this line actually again from the Upinder Singh book. Upinder Singh book is a little bit high level, but you can get it through elimination. Which one of the following statements about Sangam literature in ancient South India is correct? Sangam poets or Sangam poems are devoid of any reference to material culture. This should be directly incorrect because Sangam literature is the only way we get to know about the period between 300 BC to 300 CE. We have references to historical geography, we have reference to Chola, Chera, Pandya. So this is a slam dunk incorrect. Then, Sangam poems have no reference to warrior ethic. This should also be totally incorrect because this was even in the news. It was based because our finance minister quotes him quite a lot. Thiruvalur and his book Thirukkural, the basic works of Thiruvalur, which is the ethics book, is a part of the Sangam literature. And the finance minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, quite a lot of times has quoted in the budget speeches because it's a book on ethics and specifically warrior ethics. So this is also incorrect. Now we are to 50-50. So Sangam literature refers to magical forces as irrational. The social classification of Varna was known to the Sangam poets. Now this is the whole point. Sangam literature refers to magical forces as irrational. This is a statement which is like an extreme statement. Why? Because when we talk about any of our epics, our Puranas, our Vedas, our Upanishads, and even Sangam literature, which is based on the Etukotai and the anthologies and the poems, these are books which talk about supernatural powers. They talk about divine intervention. So how can they say that magical forces, which is supernatural forces, are irrational? This is a totally incorrect statement, because for them supernatural activities and magical forces are based on rational concept of godly intervention. If this would be the case, then most of our mythology would become redundant. Then the social classification of Varna was known to Sangam poets. This is totally correct and the only correct statement, but Sangam poets actually only knew of the Varna system, because the Varna system is quoted and is given in the Sangam literature. But if this question would have said the social classification of Varna was applied to the society of South India, then it would have been totally incorrect. Because Sangam poets actually refer to an alternative system of classification based on occupation rather than the Varna system, but they were conscious of the Varna system. That is why the classification of Varna is there. So this is totally correct, don't have to overthink it, but it was based on an elimination concept. This is something which is also known because Sangam polities refer to basic division of the society, and the terms which you do for the basic division of society are based on Varna looking, not fully Varna, but Varna similar type of questions, similar type of classification. So this B is also a known fact, but can also be deduced through elimination. Basically, material culture we get to know, yes, and we know that there's an ethic book, and we also know that this would be an extreme statement for our mythological history and history itself. There is rationality, that is the whole Buddhist, the whole Jain, the whole Vaishnavite, every text talks about the same thing, where there is power in supernatural. Again, don't have to overthink on the D1, but it's one of the questions which you could have got through an applied understanding. Cannot be done without an applied in-depth understanding, which you would have to refer to in Sangam literature in that regard. Fourth, Yoga Vasishta was translated into Persian by Nizamuddin Panipati during the reign of Akbar, Humayun, Shah Jahan, Aurangzeb. Now, Yoga Vasishta is a very known text. It is referred to, it is mostly referred to by Valmiki. Valmiki, though, is technically not the original author. We don't know about the original author, but it is associated with Valmiki specifically. And it was a text which was a groundbreaking text when it comes to the medieval Hinduistic literature itself. Now it's about who translated it to Persian. Now Persian activities, firstly you can automatically eliminate two, Humayun and Aurangzeb. Because Humayun would never have the time to actually translate anything. He was not here for 15 years. When he came back, within 6 months he was dead. And I don't need to tell you why. Aurangzeb would again have Hindu text being translated to Persian because of his general outlook towards religion and the way he used to act like a staunch Muslim. Now it comes to Akbar and Shah Jahan. The point is, this text has been translated 3 times. Akbar, Jahangir, Dara Shikoh. If Jahangir would have been given, this question would have become very, very difficult. Then the word first needed to be used, but they did not do that. Shah Jahan is a thumb rule, is mostly linked to architecture, and Akbar would be the correct answer here, which is A. This is again one of the little bit sanity based questions in which you don't have to go too deep to know it. Yoga Vasishta, 2 based elimination, you can get the answer via using a logic. So here logic does prevail, but does not change the fact that it is a difficult question. Does not change the fact that it is a difficult question, because it is based on a little bit of implied understanding and basic understanding of the rulers and their outlook. So again, difficult question without any doubt. Fifth, this question is that question which was a question which we referred to in our YouTube session itself, Art and Culture, Places in News. The question number 12 itself, we discussed about Ramanujacharya, and the option which is correct was actually quoted directly. This line was written in one of the options in that question. So the world's second tallest statue in sitting pose of Ramanujacharya Ramanuja was inaugurated by the Prime Minister of India at Hyderabad recently. Which one of the following statements? Now, the point is, here you need to have an understanding of Vedanta, which is his ideology, Vishishta Advaita, or his Vedantic Vishishta Advaita, which is qualified monoism. First and foremost, it says, let's look at the options. The best means of salvation was devotion. Vedas are eternal, self-existent and wholly authoritative. Logical arguments are essential means for highest bliss. Salvation was to be obtained through meditation. Now, first thing is, Vedas are eternal, self-existent and wholly authoritative. This is an incorrect statement. Why? Because he is a Vedantic philosopher. Vedantic philosopher would mean Vedo ka ant, Upanishad. For him, Upanishadic thought was authoritative, and the whole Vedantic philosophy is based on the reading of Upanishads. Though Upanishads is a part of the Vedas itself, but Upanishads are specifically referred to. Then, logical argument, highest bliss. Ramanujacharya was not about, or Ramanuja was not about bliss. He was about equality, he was about social justice. So again, totally incorrect, because logical arguments would be more closer to Nyaya than to talk about here, which is the 6 schools of philosophy. Then you have 2 options which sound very similar, but if you have done our session, you would have known that A is the answer, but let's look at them. The best means of salvation was devotion. Salvation was to be obtained through meditation. This statement technically is incorrect, because this is the definition of how yoga out of the 6 schools of philosophy works, which is meditation and the pranayams and the different aspects of physical control would lead to salvation. The answer here is the best means of salvation was devotion, because he did believe that he's coming out of that bhakti tradition where devotion and discipline was something which was needed to get salvation itself. And this is again very, very important in that context. So A is the correct answer. It is a question which is out of current affairs, was in the news quite a lot. So this is not the difficult question. These are the 2 questions, this and the next one, which should have been from art and culture. The Prime Minister recently inaugurated the new circuit house near Somnath Temple at Veraval. Which of the following statements are correct regarding Somnath Temple? Now this question, fortunately, they have given us options. So Somnath Temple is one of the Jyotirlinga shrines. A description of Somnath Temple was given by Al-Biruni, a topic which is actually fully mains GS paper 1. In a discussion which we have there, actually we have linked it to the art and culture question, which is Pran Pratishtha of the Somnath Temple was done by President S. Radhakrishnan. There was actually a major debate between Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, our Prime Minister, and the then President Rajendra Prasad over the issue of this Pran Pratishtha. He said that being a secular nation, he discouraged Rajendra Prasad to go. However, the Somnath Temple in its present form, the Shivlinga, the Pran Pratishtha actually was done by President Rajendra Prasad and not S. Radha Krishna. So 3 is incorrect. You automatically get the answer, which is 1 and 2 only. Yes, Al-Biruni came with Ghazni, talked about Somnath quite a lot. He visited Somnath at least 15 out of the 17 times. And Somnath is one of the Jyotirlinga shrines. Yes, totally it is. So here the answer is A, 1 and 2 only. But the catch is that post-independence came as a reference. So UPSC has defied quite a lot of logics this time. So before we transition to modern India, and I will hand it over to Rohit sir itself, what I want to say to you is very simple. For the aspirant who gave this exam, history was difficult. There is no doubt. Don't have to be disheartened. Because it was difficult, it will dampen the cutoff a little bit, because 16 questions is a lot of marks and a lot of questions. And nobody has ever cleared this exam by leaving all history questions. Second, what I will say is that you need to understand this is not the precedence. If you're an aspirant or a candidate who is aspiring to give it, you don't have to link history or look at the level of history at this point of time and link it with this level. It is one anomaly year. You can understand the current affairs aspect. If you can use current affairs, it is good. But as I said, this time UPSC made it extremely difficult by changing the options itself. They made it extremely difficult by asking optional and above level questions. But I believe that still 5 to 6 questions you could have managed, and if you have managed, you have done your job. And don't be disheartened. The history will play a very key role this time in setting the cutoff. Thank you so much. And I will now hand it over to Rohit sir for Modern India. But I believe that you need to be upbeat. Don't take it on your ego. And UPSC did play a trick on you by changing the options and giving you questions which were extremely high level. Thank you, and I will hand it over to Rohit sir.
Hello everyone, welcome to BYJU'S exam prep channel. And now I'll be discussing the questions that came from modern history. As you all know, this year, modern history had only 4 questions, which was a great dip compared to the last few years. But then it was an anomaly, no issues. The good thing was, out of 4 questions, 3 were very, very easy. It could have been solved directly from the standard textbooks that you would have followed. And even the 4th question, 1 or 2 points were easy. So let us, without wasting any time, let's look into these questions. Question number 1. As you all know, last year also Government of India Act 1919 had come in one of the questions. One part of the question was from this. If you look at the last 10 years question, continuously questions have come from this. In fact, I will say that this is the favorite topic of UPSC. Almost 5 questions have come from this. Now, what are they asking? The question is asking, in the Government of India Act 1919, the functions of provincial government were divided into reserved and transferred subjects. Which of the following were treated as reserved subjects? Number 1, administration of justice, 2, local self-government, 3, land revenue, 4, police, and then of course the codes have been given. Now, please understand, this is the concept of diarchy, under which we know the reserved and transferred, all the topics were divided into these 2 categories. Reserved directly to be handled by the governor, whereas the transferred governor will be handling with the aid and assistance of the popular ministers. Now, The whole idea of this division was that here under the reserved, the more important subjects would be there, which would have power, which would have money involved. So look here, land revenue, what is this? Money. Similarly, police, power, administration of justice, again power, and local self-government was not there, which was given to the transferred. So the answer to this question was 1, 3, 4. See, these three were the answer. These three were the reserved subjects. Local self-government was a transferred subject at this point of time. So the answer of this question is C. Any standard textbook has mentioned all these. This was a very easy question. And continuously in the classes, everywhere we have been saying that this is one area which you have to focus, because questions keep on coming from here. Let's move to question number 2. The following wars were actively associated with the Ghadar party. Now, we have studied Ghadar party, which was active in North America. And here, if you look at these three names that are mentioned, you all know who is Barindra Kumar Ghosh. He is the younger brother of Aurobindo Ghosh. He was involved in Alipur bomb conspiracy case. After that, he was sentenced, then he came out, retired from active politics, did not take part in Ghadar. 1 is wrong. Moment 1 is wrong. Now, either 2 or 3 is correct. What about Jogesh Chandra Chatterjee? Very prominent revolutionary leader. He was active and was prominently there in Kakori conspiracy. Went to jail after independence, became a member of Rajya Sabha. Before independence, started his political party known as RSP. But then he is not involved with Ghadar. So who is only involved with Ghadar? Ras Bihari Bose. He is the same man who was involved in 3 major incidents. He had thrown bomb on Harding, the Delhi-Lahore conspiracy. Then he took part in Ghadar. And once the police was after him when he had taken participation in Ghadar, he left India, went to Japan, where after independence in 1940s, he met with Subhash Chandra Bose and he assisted him and worked with him during the Indian National Army or Azad Hind Fauj. So the answer to this question is 3. Again, I'll tell you, very easy question. You had to get your marks C. As Abhishek sir showed to you, this year the questions from art and culture, the questions from medieval, ancient, they were comparatively tough. So where would you get your marks from? You would have to get your marks from modern history. This was the segment which gave you some very easy questions. Both the questions were easy, and the third question you will see, that's also easy. It's from Cripps Mission. With reference to the proposal of Cripps Mission, consider the following statements. Statement number 1, the Constituent Assembly would have members nominated by the provincial assemblies as well as the princely states. Statement number 2, any province which is not prepared to accept the new constitution would have the right to sign a separate agreement with Britain regarding its future status. Which of the following statements are correct? Now please understand. Statement number 1 is wrong. Why? They talked about this, but then they said that nominated will be from princely states and elected will be from the provincial assemblies. Whereas in this point what it is mentioned, that both the places, princely states as well as provincial assemblies, there would be nomination. Clearly 1 is wrong. AC cannot be the answer. What about 2? Any province which is not prepared to accept the new constitution would have the right to sign a separate agreement with Britain regarding its future status. Yes, this is a correct statement. The answer will be B. Why is it this correct statement? Remember, this is correct because this was basically a blueprint for India's partition at this point of time. Cripps had proposed this, and this was basically one of the points which Congress opposed, and that's why they had rejected this Cripps proposal. So 2 is the correct answer. All these 3 questions, remember, they were very, very easy. We had to get our 6 marks of history from these 3. Let's look at the 4th and the last question of modern history. What was the question? With reference to Indian history, consider the following statements. The Dutch established their factories or warehouses on the east coast on lands granted to them by Gajapati rulers. Alfonso de Albuquerque captured Goa from the Bijapur Sultanate. Third,
The English East India Company established a factory at Madras on a plot of land leased from a representative of the Vijayanagar Empire. See, technically, this is also a medieval chapter or medieval topic, but because we study arrival of Europeans mostly in our modern, that's why we have considered this as a topic of modern. Now, easiest point here is 2. We know he is the second governor as far as the Portuguese are concerned. After Almeida, Albuquerque is there. And Albuquerque, he had captured Goa from Bijapur in 1510. We all know Bijapur is a part of the 5 kingdoms under the Bahmanis. Bijapur, Ahmednagar, Golconda, Bidar, Berar. One of them is Bijapur. So clearly 2 is correct. This is wrong. See, remember, this is an easy point of this question because we have to remember about Goa because it was the capital of the Portuguese. This is the most important center as far as the Portuguese were concerned. Let's look at the point number 3 now. English East India Company established a factory at Madras on a plot of land leased from a representative of the Vijayanagara Empire. This is a correct statement. That means this cannot be the answer. Why is this correct? See, around 1640s, Job Charnock, he has taken this particular land on lease, and here in Madras the fort was prepared, and this was from the Vijayanagara Empire. So this is correct. As far as statement number 1 is concerned, the Dutch established their factories, warehouses on the east coast on lands granted to them by Gajpati rulers. Remember, it is correct, Dutch had mostly established their factories on the east coast. For example, Masulipattnam, in those days known as Machilipatnam. Similarly, many other areas. But they were mostly taken from the ruler of Golconda. If you all remember, Golconda's kings only had issued the famous Golden Farman in 1633 to the Britishers. So this area was not under Gajpati rulers, but rather this was under the rulers of Golconda. So clearly 1 was wrong. So the answer to this question was 2 and 3, that is B. Now, this was the only discussion. There were only 4 questions from modern history. Of course, when it comes to numbers, I know many of you would be disappointed that so few questions came. But then I'll tell you overall, 3 questions. This question also, some of you who would have studied the arrival of Europeans in a much more detail would have got it correct. So number wise, disappointing, but the questions that came were easy, should have been solved. That's all from the discussion of modern history. I'll wrap it up and I'll invite the next faculty to take the discussion on environment. So please welcome Hashmeet sir. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to BYJU'S Exam Prep IAS. We are here today to discuss the questions from Environment and Ecology section. I hope all of you had a great paper today. And this year, we saw a total of 17 questions from Environment and Ecology. A lot of these questions were pretty easy to attempt. If you would have gone through all the standard books that are prescribed for environment, if you have gone through all the video lectures of BYJU'S IAS courses and you have followed a crash course, I would be sure to say that you would have been able to attempt at least 70% of those questions. We will see these questions one by one and see what should be the answer of these questions. Let's begin with the first question. Among the following crops, which one is the most important anthropogenic source of both methane and nitrous oxide? Is it cotton? Is it rice? Is it sugarcane? Or is it wheat? The correct answer to this question is rice. Now, if you know this question right, actually rice makes up about 20% of all the methane that is produced by humans. This fact was also in the news because a few months back, there was an initiative taken by the Chinese government where they were trying their efforts to make sure that the methane production that comes from paddy cultivation especially is cut down. That is the reason why this particular question was asked in the UPSC examination. Next, question number 2. The Climate Action Tracker, which monitors the emission reduction pledges of different countries, is a database created by Coalition of Research Organizations, wing of International Panel of Climate Change, committee under United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, or agency promoted and financed by the United Nations Environment Programme, that is UNEP, and the World Bank. The correct answer here is A. Again, a factual question, and the problem with these kind of questions is that if you know this perfect, if you don't know this, there's no working around these kind of questions if you look at the options. The correct answer here is A. Now, this is a non-government organization, and as the question says, their primary objective is that all the aims and all the pledges that the different countries around the world have taken, especially with respect to climate change. For example, India's own INDCs, India's own target of reaching net zero by 2070. Similarly, the other nations have also made their own targets. This particular tracker helps us to see how much have the countries progressed in their individual targets. Next, we have the third question from Environment and Ecology. Consider the following statements. First, the Climate Group is an international not-profit organization which drives climate action by building large networks and runs them. Second, the International Energy Agency, in partnership with the climate change, launched a global initiative, EP100. Third, the EP100 brings together leading companies committed to driving innovation in energy efficiency and increasing competitiveness while delivering on emission reduction goals. Now, there are some other statements as well. We have statement number 4, which is some Indian companies are members of EP100. And then the fifth statement is the International Energy Agency is a secretariat of under 2 coalition. So one of the difficult questions from environment, especially because you don't really expect to have 5 statements in one single question. Secondly, there is not a lot of information that is available about the EP100 program. Now, EP100 usually refers to energy efficiency potential. Now, this is actually a program under which a lot of companies that are working in this field have taken membership, and what they do is they share information, technical know-how with each other to improve their energy efficiency. So, let's first discuss the last 2 statements and then we'll go back to the earlier slide. The last statement says that the International Energy Agency is a secretariat of under 2 coalition, which is actually wrong. The 4th statement is correct. In fact, Mahindra was India's first country to become a part of the EP100 initiative, and since then there are some other companies also that have taken the membership. So 4th is correct, the 5th statement is wrong. Let's look at the first 3 statements that we actually had. First statement is climate change is an international non-profit organization driving climate change by building large networks and running them. This is absolutely correct. The second statement is wrong because the EP100 initiative is the sole initiative of the climate group, meaning that the International Energy Agency does not have anything to do with the launching of the EP100. And then we have the next statement, that is EP100 brings together leading companies committed to driving innovation. That is actually correct. So let's see again, first statement is correct, the third statement is correct, and on the next slide, the fourth statement is correct. So the correct answer here is B. 1, 3 and 4 here are correct. I hope all of you got this question right as well. Let's move on to the fourth question from Environment and Ecology section. If rainforest and tropical forest are the lungs of the earth, then surely the wetlands function as its kidneys. Which one of the following functions of the wetlands best reflects the above statement? Now, if you look at this particular question, this is one of those questions which actually give you an indication that there can be more than one statement that is correct. And let me tell you why. If you look at the four statements, you will be able to identify that the first and the second statements are not matching. So A and B cannot be the answer. We think from our side that the answer here should be aquatic plants absorbing heavy metals and excess nutrients, and that is why they do the function that the kidneys perform, that is a purify. However, there is one more statement that we had, that is C. This also seems to be a statement which is actually telling you a correct fact. So we will leave it here by saying that this particular question can have either C or D as the correct answer. We'll wait for the official key of the UPSC to be released, and then we'll be able to find out. We don't want you to be left in a lurch, so we won't give you an answer right now. We are just saying it can be either C or D, so do make a note of this. Next, we had question number 5. In the context of WHO air quality guidelines, consider the following statements. Number 1, the 24-hour mean of PM 2.5 should not exceed 15 microgram per cubic meter. Second, in a year, the highest levels of ozone pollution occur during the periods of inclement weather. Third, the PM10 can penetrate the lung barrier and enter the bloodstream. And fourth, excessive ozone in the air can trigger asthma. You have to tell which of these four given statements is or are correct. Now, this can be a slightly tricky question because you might not really know what exactly have been the guidelines released by WHO. We are much more consumed learning about India's own AQI and the status of pollution that we have in our country, but the WHO also releases its own official guidelines. As per those guidelines, the first statement is correct. The second is wrong. Now, the first statement that we have is correct, while the second statement is wrong because of, the second statement is incorrect because of the fact that the word inclement here basically tells you extreme weathers. So extreme rainfall, extreme storm, extreme heat, that is what inclement weather is. That is not a weather where you have the highest levels of ozone pollution, so second statement is wrong. The third statement also is wrong. As you know, the smaller the particles, the bigger are the chances of those particles being able to penetrate the lung barrier and enter your bloodstream. That is why usually we consider that the particles which are smaller than PM 2.5, for example PM 1.0, those are the ones which have higher chances of entering a bloodstream. So third statement also is wrong, while the fourth statement here is correct. Excessive ozone in the air, as you know, can trigger asthma. The correct answer here has to be 1 and 4. So B here is the correct answer in question number 5. Let's move on to the next question. The sixth question from Environment and Ecology. With reference to Gucci, sometimes mentioned in the news, consider the following statements. Number 1, it is a fungus. Second, it grows in some Himalayan forest areas. And third, it is commercially cultivated in the Himalayan foothills of northeastern India. Which of these given statements is or are correct? Now, Gucci, which was actually in the news and was covered in some of the leading newspapers, including the Hindu, is actually a kind of mushroom. Now, as you know, since it's a all around the world, less than a kilogram, if you have to buy that, you will have to shell out 20 and 30,000 rupees. That is why, so far, we have not started commercial cultivation of this mushroom anywhere in the country. And that is why the correct answer here has to be 1 and 2, while the third statement is wrong. The correct answer here is the C. So question number 6 has to be C. Let's move on to next question, which is 7. With reference to polyethylene terephthalate, the use of which is so widespread in our daily lives, consider the following statements. Number 1, its fibers can be blended with wool and cotton fibers to reinforce their properties. Second, containers made of it can be used to store any alcoholic beverage. Third, the bottles made of it can be recycled into other products. And fourth, the articles made of it can be easily disposed by incineration without causing greenhouse gas emissions. Incineration means to burn down something. So let's see out of these four statements, which of these is or are correct. The first statement is absolutely correct. The fibers of this particular material can be blended with wool and cotton as to reinforce their original properties. The second statement is wrong. Now, if you look at the second statement, the word any here is a very important indication that is actually giving an extreme implication to this particular statement. We discussed this earlier as well. Whenever you have statements or words such as any, none, always, usually they end up as the incorrect answer, and that is why this statement also is wrong. It cannot store any alcoholic beverage. Yes, there are some that can be stored. And then third statement is bottles made of it can be recycled into other products. This also is correct. So the correct answer here is 1 and 3. Now if you look at the statements here, A is the correct answer to this particular question. Let's move on to the next question, that is question number 8 from Environment and Ecology. Which of the following is not a bird? Not an easy question to answer, but let's see. 1, golden mahseer. Second, the Indian nightjar. Third, the spoonbill. And fourth, the white ibis. The correct answer here is A, golden mahseer. And the reason why some of you would have been able to answer is that it is actually a fish which was actually covered in the Hindu newspaper. So there were some articles about this particular fish that it is actually being reintroduced by the authorities in some of the freshwater reservoirs. So these are the fish that usually are able to survive in 5 to 25 degrees Celsius temperatures in freshwater, and there are some reservoirs around the country where the government authorities have been trying to reintroduce this. That is why it was covered in the news. Next, question number 9. Which of the following are nitrogen fixing plants? Number 1, alfalfa. Second, amaranth. Third, chickpea. Fourth, clover. 5, purslane. And 6, spinach. Now, as I said, when you have these kind of questions, when you have so many options or so many statements, there are 5 or 6 statements, it actually becomes very, very difficult to answer these kind of questions. Also, this is the kind of information where you actually, if you know this, perfect. If you don't know this, it's not that easy to answer. There is no guesswork that can be used here. The correct answer to this question actually is A, 1, 3 and 4. Let me go back here and see what are 1, 3 and 4. First is alfalfa, third is chickpea, and 4 is clover. These are the 3 that you will actually categorize as nitrogen fixing plant, that is the plants that have the capability to extract nitrogen and then they can use it for their own good. That is why the correct answer here is 1, 3 and 4. Let's move on to question number 10. The big rock technology is talked about in which one of the following situations? Number 1, restoration of damaged coral reefs. Second, development of building materials using plant residues. Third, the identification of areas of exploration or extraction of the shale gas. And fourth, providing the salt licks of wild animals in forests and protected areas. The correct answer here is A. Now, if you ask me, I would say this was one of the trickiest question, especially from the environment and ecology section, because if you actually read about this technology, this is not that is in the news recently. In fact, even if you go ahead and try to Google it, you will see that the last article that you will find about this particular technology, in fact, even that was about 2 years ago in the Hindu newspaper. So one of those questions that if you know this by chance, you will be able to get it, but not one of those questions that you actually should expect yourself to be able to answer. This is actually coral reefs. Now, big rock technology very simply means that within that water body where there are corals, there will be certain electromagnetic material that will be put, current will be passed, and in that particular material that is being put inside the water body, there will be certain accumulation of there will be certain accumulation of calcium carbonate, and then what we'll do is we will put the damaged coral reefs over that particular body. And the scientists have found that the corals in that particular environment can recover if they are damaged, and their health can become much, much better. That is why the answer here is a tricky question. If you got this right, if you did not, don't really fret over it. Next, question 11. The Miyawaki method is well known for, number 1, promotion of commercial farming in arid and semi-arid areas. Second, development of gardens using genetically modified flora. Third, creation of mini forests in the urban areas. And fourth, harvesting wind energy on coastal areas and on sea surfaces. The correct answer here is C. Again, one of those questions which have come from current affairs part. There was an article in the Hindu newspaper not a long time back about this particular method being used for creating mini forests. Now, this method simply means that in a very small urban area, a lot of trees will be planted. And the logic is that when the trees are being planted very near to each other, they will compete with each other for getting sunlight. And in that competition, they will try to go taller as compared to the other tree. So we'll see a lot of these trees in a very small area growing very, very tall in size because they are competing for sunlight. That is this kind of method, that is a Miyawaki method. Next, question number 12. Which one of the following has been constituted under the Environment Protection Act of 1986? The Central Water Commission, the Central Groundwater Board, the Central Groundwater Authority, and the National Water Development Agency. Now, a very tricky question because it is totally factual. Again, one of those questions, if you know it, great. If you don't know it, there is no logic behind it. This is just some static information that you might have come across during your preparation. The correct answer here is C. It is the Central Groundwater Authority that has been constituted as a part of the Environment Protection Act of 1986. The reason why this question is even trickier is that the students usually do read about the Environment Protection Act, that is the EPA, but usually we don't go so deep as to study what are the different types of authorities and bodies that came into being. But this is where this question has been made. Next, we have question number 13. Question number 13 is this. Which one of the following best describes the term greenwashing? Now, glad to say this is one of those questions which were discussed in our classes in the crash course as well. Conveying a false impression that a company's products are eco-friendly and environmentally sound. Non-inclusion of ecological and environmental costs in the annual financial statement of a country. Third, ignoring the disaster's ecological consequences while undertaking infrastructure development. Or fourth, making mandatory provisions for environmental costs in a government project or program. The correct answer here is A. This is an illegal technique which is used by a lot of companies these days to establish their products as being environmentally friendly. As you know, there has been an increasing trend that now when you go and buy anything in the market, be it your toothbrush, be it your clothes, be it a car, etc., people have a mindset that they want to buy something that is environmentally friendly. And that is a mindset that the companies are now exploiting. They are using this reason to sell their products at a higher price, at a margin where they can make a lot of money, when the product actually itself is not really environmental friendly. This technique is called greenwashing. Let's move on to the next question then. Question 14. Consider the following statements. Number 1. Gujarat has the largest solar park in India. Second, Kerala has a fully solar powered international airport. Third, Goa has the largest floating solar photovoltaic project in India. Which of these given statements is or are correct? Again, one of those questions that can be attributed to current affairs. If you have been following those on our YouTube channel or BYJU'S IAS, I'm sure many of you would have got this answer correct. The first statement is wrong because it is Rajasthan that can take the credit for having the largest solar park in India. The second statement is true. It is actually the Kochi airport. If you have been there, it's a pretty good airport. If you actually have been there personally, you will see just outside the airport when you take a cab, there is a huge field of solar cells that are actually established there. The third statement also is wrong. It is actually Andhra Pradesh that has the largest floating solar photovoltaic project in India. This has been established recently. It is not Goa, it is actually Andhra Pradesh. The correct answer here is 2 only, that is B. Moving on to question number 15. With reference to the Indian laws about wildlife protection, consider the following statements. Number 1. Wild animals are the sole property of the government. Second, when a wild animal is declared protected, such animal is entitled for equal protection, whether it is found in protected areas or outside. Third, apprehensions of a protected wild animal becoming a danger to any human life is sufficient ground for capture or killing. Which of these given statements is or are correct? Now, if you apply a bit of logic, you will be able to identify that the third statement does not seem to be correct. Because let's say I am alone in a particular area, there is a wild animal, and I think that the wild animal is a danger to my life. Does it give me an open license to kill that animal? Because if that is the case, it would be very, very difficult to stop people from killing it, because the moment that you see a wild animal, the first thought that you have in your mind is that your life is in danger. So third statement actually is wrong. You have to take permission of the chief wildlife officer, of chief wildlife warden, in case that particular officer believes that yes, this particular wild animal cannot be tranquilized, cannot be relocated, cannot be captured, then that particular officer can authorize the killing of the wild animal. So third statement is wrong. Both first and the second statements are correct. The wild animals, as per the law in India, are actually the sole property of the government. And yes, when a particular wild animal has been declared as protected, such a wild animal is entitled to get equal protection irrespective of wherever that particular wild animal is. So the correct answer here has to be A. 1 and 2 are correct. Let's move on to the next question. Question 16. Oops. Yep. Certain species of which of the following organisms are well known as the cultivators of fungi? Ant, cockroach, crab, and spider. Again, a very factual question. If you know this, you will be able to answer. This is actually ant. There are a lot of ant species which are considered to be the cultivators of fungi, and that is why they are actually sought after in a lot of parts around the world for different properties of themselves. One of these properties also include the cultivation of fungi, which is a result of these ant species. Moving on to 17th and the last question from environment and ecology. Consider the following statements. Consider the following: carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxide, ozone, and sulfur dioxide. Excess of which of the following in the environment is or are causes of acid rain? Now, acid rain is one of those topics that we actually read about quite a lot. And if you actually look closely, all of these are pollutants. However, acid rain especially is that kind of a rain that is actually acidic in nature because of the presence of certain chemicals. Those chemicals, if you look at the definition of acid rain, are nitrogen oxide and sulfur dioxide. Yes, presence of ozone can be harmful for a lot of reasons, including induction of asthma. Yes, carbon monoxide also is a pollutant, but the two that are actually important components of acid rain are 2 and 4, that is nitrogen oxide and sulfur dioxide. These are all the questions that we had this year from environment and ecology. As I said earlier, a lot of these were covered in our classes, in our crash course. So if you have been attending those regularly, I'm sure you would have had a great experience attempting these particular questions. Now, I'll hand it over to Rashesh, who will be now discussing the questions from science and technology part. Thank you so much, guys.
Good evening, everyone. We are here with the last part of the discussion for the prelims paper of 2022, where I am going to discuss with you the questions related to science and technology. And there are 3 questions which are miscellaneous in nature, which we'll also discuss. So first and foremost, about science and technology, the way the questions had come, we see that the question paper, or the level of this question paper as per science and technology, was little better as compared to what we have seen in 2020 or 2021 or even 2019 for that matter. The questions were a little easier as compared to the last 2 or 3 years, and I would also say that the questions were better as compared to what we have seen in the last few years. The questions have been asked from areas which were very relevant, from where we could have expected questions to come from, and we have seen all these questions here. So let's move on and look at all the questions that have been asked. The first question is, consider the following: Arogya Setu, Cowin, DigiLocker and Diksha. Which of the above are built on top of open source digital platforms? Now, when we say open source digital platforms, what we simply mean is that there is a code or a program that has been written. I'm just trying to oversimplify the things. A code or a program that has been written which is publicly available, which is available for everyone, and anyone who wants, they can use this code as well, maybe modify that code and use it for their own work. So for that matter, something which is like this, we see that it can be called as open source. Now, out of these 4 options given here, first and foremost, Arogya Setu. When Arogya Setu app was being promoted by the government, and the government also wanted people to use and keep a track of COVID-19, there was also some controversy around the data sharing aspects of Arogya Setu, and which is when the government had decided that they would make Arogya Setu an open source code. So that is why Arogya Setu, yes, it is open source. Same goes for Cowin. Cowin also is an open source code, and last year it was in news because our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he had announced that India would make Cowin's source code also publicly available. So that's why it would also become open source, is what he had said. So that's why this is also correct. Then after that, same goes actually for DigiLocker and even for Diksha. For these also, what has been done is that they have been taken from open source codes, and from there on the development has been done. So that's why all these 4 given here, all these 4 can come under the bracket of open source digital platform. So that's why the correct answer for us would be D. That is 1, 2, 3 and 4. Moving on. With reference to Web 3.0, consider the following statements. 1. Web 3.0 technology enables people to control their own data. Second, in Web 3.0 world, there can be blockchain-based social networks. Web 3.0 is operated by users collectively rather than a corporation. So 3 statements given again about Web 3.0, and a lot of discussion has been happening around Web 3.0, which is basically, you can say, the next stage of internet. You can say that this is the next generation of internet which will be available for us. So what happens in Web 3.0 is basically that we are trying to protect the data. We are enabling people to actually control their data, and which is one of the most important significant characteristics of Web 3.0. So from that perspective, this is a correct statement. Again, Web 3.0 is based on blockchain. This is also correct that it is based on blockchain, and the development of Web 3.0 is being done on the basis of blockchain networks. So that's why this is also correct, and this also will give an opportunity that we would be able to control any kind of leakages or any kind of problems, because in blockchain, and we have seen the basics of blockchain to understand that when you are using a public platform of blockchain, it's not easy for somebody to just hack through it without causing any problem, because then it can actually be stopped. So that's why blockchain is a technology which will be used for Web 3.0. Then it is operated by users collectively rather than a corporation. And this is, you can say, one of the characteristics of blockchain itself. So that's why if statement number 2 is correct, even statement number 3 should be correct, because statement number 3, you can say, is a derivative of statement number 2 in a manner. So That's why operated collectively rather than a corporation is also correct. So that's why all these three statements that have been given here, they are correct, and that's why the correct answer here will be D. That is 1, 2 and 3. Moving on, question number 3. With reference to software as a service or SaaS, consider the following statements. 1. SaaS buyers can customize the user interface and can change data fields. SaaS users can access their data through their mobile devices. And 3. Outlook, Hotmail and Yahoo Mail are forms of SaaS. Now, what do we mean by software as a service? In most of the cases, when let's say you are using any app, you would have to go to an app store or a Play Store, go there, download the app and install it in your device, and then you start using it, and it also occupies a lot of space in your devices. In case of software as a service, what we see is that these are more or less, these are, you can say, subscription like systems or things where you are using internet as a source of accessing the software. So instead of downloading and installing the software, you are using the online version of that software. This is basically what you do when it comes to software as a service. So that's why many of the emails, they can be called as software as a service. Even streaming services that you might have been using, those streaming services also can be called as software as a service. So that is the reason why it has been in the news. So the buyers can customize the user interface and can change the data fields. Yes, it is possible to do that you can change the user fields, user interface, and you can change the data fields as well. So that's why this is correct. Users can access their data through their mobile devices. Yes, that has been made possible, that instead of just relying on the computer or the laptop, you can use any electronic device, any digital device, and that's why mobile devices also can be used here. Outlook, Hotmail and Yahoo Mail are forms of SaaS. This is also correct. As I mentioned, that many of the streaming services, online services that we use, they are a form of SaaS. So that's why all these email services, they can also be considered as a kind of software as a service. So that's why all these three statements given here, all these three statements are correct. So our correct answer here will be D. Moving on, question number 4. A direct question, again directly based on current affairs. Which one of the following statements best reflects the idea behind the fractional orbital bombardment system? Fractional orbital bombardment system, often talked about in media. 1. A hypersonic missile is launched into the space to counter the asteroid approaching the Earth and explode it in the space. A spacecraft lands on another planet after making several orbital motions. A missile put into a stable orbit around the Earth and deorbits over a target on the Earth, and a spacecraft moves along a comet with the same speed and places a probe on its surface. Now, out of these, I mean, this is a direct factual question that has been asked, and the correct answer to this is C. So C being correct, what basically happens is that yes, the missile is put into the stable orbit. So something like this will happen, that after the launch, it will be put into an orbit and it will be kept in that orbit unless it approaches its target. When it approaches its target, it will deorbit from here and it will go towards the target. So this is basically, you can say again, an oversimplified version of that, what happens, and this is how this works. And the correct answer, that's why, is C. Again, directly has been in the news, and that's why we are discussing it here. Which of the following is the context in which the term qubit is mentioned? Now, what does qubit stand for? Qubit stands for quantum bit. Stands for quantum bit. So what do we mean by quantum bit? It is, you can say, a version of bit. What is bit? What do we mean by bit? Bit basically is the language, you can say, the language that computer understands. Not you or me, the computer understands this language. So that is called as bit. What is quantum bit? Quantum bit is the language that quantum computers understand. So in case of quantum computers, what we see is that the way they handle their language is very different from how a bit handles their language or a normal computer handles the language. So that's why they have been named as quantum bits, because they are based on quantum properties or quantum mechanical properties, and that's why they are called as quantum bits. So that's why the most appropriate, the best answer that you can see here is quantum computing, that it is related to quantum computing. Qubit is related to quantum computing. Moving on, next question. Consider the following communication technologies: closed circuit television, radio frequency identification, and wireless local area network. So basically we are talking about the CCTV, RFID and WLAN. Now when we talk about these three, what we have been asked is that which of the above can be considered as short range devices or technologies. This is the question. Now in case of closed circuit television or CCTV, what you would see is that there is an area that they would cover, and most of the times this will be a very small area. So what we would see is that maybe 50 feet or 70, 80 feet is the maximum range that they would have. So the communication system wise, we could say that this is a short range communication. Similarly, in case of RFID also, this can also be considered as a short range communication, because usually you will be considering, let's say, a 100-meter area, or maybe let's say 200, 300 maximum. The best of the best would be able to carry this that much, not beyond that. So that's why in the fast tags we have been using RFID. In libraries, RFID can be used. In warehouses, it can be used. So in a small area, all right. So that's why this is also short range. Then wireless local area network. Now generally when we establish a local area network, we do it within a building, or maybe let's say a couple of buildings taken together, not beyond that. So that's why in this case we can say that even local area network or wireless local area network specifically cannot really have a very big range. So that's why all these three, they would be short range devices or short range technologies. So that's why the correct answer here for us would be D again, that is 1, 2 and 3. Moving on, consider the following statements. Biofilms can form on medical implants within human tissues. Biofilms can form on food and food processing surface. Biofilms can exhibit antibiotic resistance. So first and foremost, what do you mean by biofilms? So biofilms, you can say that in a manner we are creating a layer, a film, which is based on or which is made of microorganisms, maybe a bacteria, maybe anything else. So in that case, we are calling it as biofilms. Now biofilms can be used in various ways. Wherever we have a requirement, especially in the medical field, we see that biofilms can be used. So on the medical implants within the human tissues, they can actually be formed, and then after that we have seen that in many cases, even in food processing surfaces or food surfaces also, they can be formed. And even in case of the third statement that we see here, even that is possible with the biofilms, that they can exhibit the traits of antibiotic resistance. So that's why they can become dangerous from that perspective. So they have to be taken care of. So whether artificially being produced or being produced for one reason or the other, unknowingly as well, these biofilms always have to be taken care of, because they can be very harmful if, let's say, they develop in a manner which is completely unwanted for the human body. So that's why these all traits are correct for the biofilm formation. So all the statements again given here are correct. So correct answer here for question number 7 will be 1, 2 and 3. Question number 8. Consider the following statements in respect of probiotics. Probiotics are made of both bacteria and yeast. The organisms in probiotics are found in food we ingest, but they do not naturally occur in our gut. Probiotics help in the digestion of milk sugars. So when we talk about the probiotics, in case of probiotics, what we have seen is that these can be made of either bacteria or yeast, or maybe again a combination of both. So if you look at the first statement, this is a correct statement, that they can be made of both bacteria and yeast, or any one of them. The organisms in probiotics are found in foods we ingest. This is correct, this part of sentence, but they do not naturally occur in our body. Again, an extreme statement. I told you before as well that whenever you have extreme statements, please read the statement twice or thrice before you come to a conclusion that this is correct or that is correct. Now, some of these bacteria which will be used in the probiotics, they actually can be formed or can be found in our gut. They can be found in the human body. And that's why we try to replicate them when we try to form these probiotics for any reason that we want. So that's why saying that they do not naturally occur in the body will be an extreme statement to say, because there are some of them which do exist. Although many of the probiotics, they are derived from other sources like other plants and other organisms, but there are bacteria that can be derived from the human, or they can be replicated from the human body, derived from there. So that's why saying that they do not naturally occur in our gut will be a little extreme. So that's why statement number 2 is wrong. Probiotics help in the digestion of milk sugars. What do we mean by milk sugars? We basically are talking about lactose. We are talking about lactose. So you might have heard that there is a condition which is called as lactose intolerance. And in case of lactose intolerance, what happens is that people who have lactose intolerance, they cannot digest milk easily because they cannot digest lactose easily. So that's why these people would be said to be that they are lactose intolerant. And we have seen that there are probiotics which have been developed which can act against lactose intolerance. So that's why probiotics help in the digestion of lactose is true. So that's why this statement is also correct. So statement number 1 and statement number 3, these two are correct statements, and that's why correct answer here will be C. That is 1 and 3 only. Moving on. In the context of vaccines manufactured to prevent COVID-19 pandemic, consider the following statements. Statement number 1. The Serum Institute of India produced COVID-19 vaccine named Covishield using mRNA platform. Second is Sputnik V vaccine is manufactured using vector-based platform. And the third statement is Covaxin is an inactivated pathogen-based vaccine. Now, in case of all these different vaccines that we are talking about, the first one is Covishield. Now, if you have read about this, and we had also discussed this in our previous sessions, that Covishield basically is what? It is a live attenuated vaccine. It is a live attenuated vaccine. It does not use mRNA platform. Which are the ones which use mRNA platforms? There are two very important vaccines here, Pfizer and Moderna. So Pfizer and Moderna, they have been based on the mRNA platform. So that's why they are called as mRNA vaccine. Whereas Covishield is called as live attenuated vaccine, because this is a kind of vaccine where we make a virus dormant. Alright, we make the virus dormant, kind of inactive, and then after that we deliver it inside the body using a vaccine. So that's why these are called as live attenuated vaccine. So that's why this is wrong. Sputnik V vaccine is manufactured using vector-based platform. This is correct. And that's why the name that has been given is viral vector vaccine. Viral vector vaccine. Another question had come on the same viral vector vaccine in the previous area as well. So you can say in a manner the same concept has been repeated in the paper. Covaxin is an inactivated pathogen-based vaccine. This is also true. Inactivated vaccines are the ones where instead of weakening the virus or making the virus dormant, we kill the virus before inserting it as a part of the vaccine and then using it as a vaccine. So that's why this is correct. And this is precisely what Covaxin is. So statement number 2 and statement number 3 are correct. So correct answer here will be B, that is only 2 and 3. Moving on, question number 10. If a major solar storm or solar flare reaches the earth, which of the following are the possible effects on the earth? 1. GPS and navigation systems could fail. Tsunamis could occur at equatorial regions. Power grid could be damaged. Intense auroras could occur over much of the earth. Forest fires could take place over much of the planet. Orbits of the satellites could be disturbed. Shortwave radio communication of the aircraft flying over polar regions could be interrupted. So if a major solar storm, you might also have come across this term in terms of geomagnetic storms, which were also in the news in the month of April, that the world was supposed to get the strongest of the geomagnetic storms that we have seen for a while. So as far as the magnitude of these solar flares go or the geomagnetic storms go, we see that they have various magnitudes, out of which the major ones can cause disruptions. What kind of disruptions? First and foremost, you have to understand that wherever you have any kind of solar flare or any such thing, what you would observe is that they have magnetic properties. So if they have magnetic properties, they would definitely have some problems, or they would cause some problems to the magnetic field of the earth or any device or any instrument that is an electronic instrument, because they are electrically connected, so they have a magnetic field around them. So what happens is that first and foremost, the satellites will be disrupted. Satellites will face problems. So if you look at the first statement is about GPS and navigation systems could fail. This is correct. This will definitely happen. Same goes for shortwave radio communication of the aircraft flying over the polar regions. This would also be interrupted because this is also magnetic or electronic in nature, and that's why when these waves they come from the sun, they would cause some kind of disruption. So that's why 1 and 7 from this perspective, they are correct. Even if you look at the fourth statement, intense auroras could occur over much of the earth. So if you have heard of aurora borealis happens because of what? Because of the interaction that happens between the magnetic field of the earth and magnetic field of the sun. So if these two, they interact with one another, then in that case we would definitely see that because of this interaction, aurora borealis will be formed. So that's why if the solar flares are intense, it means that the magnetic field also which comes because of it is also very intense. So that's why it will again interact with the magnetic field of the earth, and because of this interaction, intense auroras will be formed. So that's why this is also correct. So 1, 4 and 7 definitely are correct. So if we look at 1, we have 1 here, here and here, so B can't be the answer. 7 is not there in A, so this can't be the answer, and 4 has to be considered. So we have 1, 4 and 7 in all of these. Even 6, if you see, you have 6 here and here, you have 7 here and here, you have 4, you have 3 and you have 1. So where do we have to check now? We have to check for 2 and 5. So if we check for 2 and 5, what does 2 say? Tsunamis could occur at equatorial region. Alright, tsunamis could occur at equatorial region, and 5 says forest fires could take place over much of the planet. Now this is a very strong statement to make, that forest fires or tsunamis would happen to a large extent of the earth, or I mean forest fire large extent, and tsunamis at equatorial region. Now this is very specific, that we are saying that tsunamis would occur, but they would occur only in the equatorial regions. So what has solar flares to do with equatorial region? Nothing as such. So that's why this statement anyway was a strong statement, but because of this being so specific, it actually is anyway wrong. So that's why statement number 2 and 5, they are wrong. So this can't be the answer, this should not be the answer, and that's why the correct answer here for us would be C. Moving on, question number 11. With reference to non-fungible tokens or NFTs, consider the following statements. Again, NFTs has been in the news for last 2 years definitely. They enable the digital representation of physical assets. They are unique cryptographic tokens that exist on a blockchain. They can be traded or exchanged at equivalency and therefore can be used as a medium of commercial transactions. Now first and foremost, what do we mean by NFT? NFT basically says non-fungible tokens, which you can say in a manner is a digital representation of any asset that you have. Any digital asset that you have. A digital asset, for example, let's say I make a painting and I make a digital copy available out of it. So that will become an NFT. Now the most important characteristic of any NFT is that the NFTs are based on blockchains. Why do we base them on blockchains? We have based them on blockchains because we wanted that these blockchains, they should provide the security that is required for any digital asset. So that let's say any infringement or any fraudulent which is related to these kind of assets in the physical form, it might not happen when it comes to the blockchain. So that's why blockchain is the most important concept which is being used for making the NFTs. So that's why if you look at the first two statements, they enable the digital representation of physical assets. This is true. Even I can, as I said, that I can make a painting and I can make an NFT out of it and I can sell it in the market. They are unique cryptographic tokens that exist on a blockchain. This is correct, and that is how we try to ensure the security of the NFTs. The third statement says they can be traded or exchanged at equivalency. So traded or exchanged at equivalency, and therefore can be used as a medium of commercial transaction. So what this statement is saying is that you can use NFT as a medium of transaction, meaning that you can use it as money. Now this is again going little extreme, because when it comes to buying and selling of NFTs, it is done with the help of cryptocurrencies. For example, you can use Bitcoins to buy an NFT or maybe sell an NFT. You can receive Bitcoins while selling, of course. So that's why this is what we do with NFTs. But NFTs as such, they are not used as medium of exchange, or they are not used as money, right? They do not represent money. Yes, there have been a couple of cases of barter that has happened between NFTs, but you cannot say that it will become, or it is a medium of exchange, so to say. So that's why statement number 3 is not completely correct, I would say. So that's why statement number 1 is correct, 2 is correct, and 3 I would mark as not correct. So the correct answer here should be A, that is 1 and 2 only. Question number 12, which of the following statements best describes the role of B cells and T cells in the human body? Now, B cells and T cells, they both basically are a part of the white blood cells, and that's why they become a part of our immune system. They become a very, very important part of our immune system. Now, what is the major role of immune system? How does the immune system act with the help of B and the T cells? That anything that is foreign, it could be a microorganism, it could be a toxin, anything that comes in the body, the immune system with the help of the white blood cells, that is the B cells and the T cells, will respond against it. So that is basically what is done. So if you look at now the options that we have here, we have been asked what best describes the role. They protect the body from environmental allergens. So it is not only about environmental allergens, it is about any foreign object or any pathogen that comes in the body. They alleviate the body's pain and inflammation, nothing to do with pain and inflammation. They act as immunosuppressants in the body, again no. They protect the body from disease caused by pathogens. This is the most likely, this is the something that best describes what they do, that they would protect from the diseases caused by pathogens. So as soon as the pathogens enter the body, the B cells and the T cells, with the help of the white blood cells, they would start attacking them, they would create a mechanism against them, and that mechanism works forever. So that's why this is a mechanism basically that is also used in the vaccines. So vaccines will also deliver something which is very similar to the pathogen that would cause the disease, and that's why whenever the disease occurs at a later stage, the body is prepared because the body has developed that mechanism with the help of these white blood cells. So that's why the correct answer here will be D. Moving on, the next question, consider the following statements. Other than those made by humans, nanoparticles do not exist in nature. Nanoparticles of some metallic oxides are used in the manufacture of some cosmetics. Nanoparticles of some commercial products which enter the environment are unsafe for humans. So we are talking about nanotechnology and some of the nanoparticles and problems associated with nanoparticles also. Other than those made by humans, nanoparticles do not exist in nature. Again, are we talking about an extreme statement here? We are. And do we have natural nanoparticles? We do. The first nanoparticle that was discovered, for which the Nobel Prize also was given later on, was fullerene. And fullerene is not something that is made in the lab, it is naturally occurring. So that's why you cannot say that they don't occur in nature. The very first nanoparticle that was discovered was basically a natural particle. So that's why this is wrong. Nanoparticles of some metallic oxides are used in the manufacture of some cosmetics. This is true, and there is a very famous case of titanium dioxide, where titanium dioxide nanoparticles were used in sunscreens for a longest amount of time, you can say, but then it was found that titanium dioxide could lead to cancer, and that is when there was a restriction that was put for how much titanium dioxide could be used in the sunscreens. So that's why, yes, they are used in manufacturing of some cosmetics. So 2 is correct. nanoparticles of some commercial products which enter the environment are unsafe for humans. This is correct because they, in a manner you can say that they enter the food web. From the smallest of the organisms, they might enter the food web, and then they would become the part of the entire food web, and then again from one stage to another, one trophic level to another, you might see that this would lead to bioaccumulation in the higher organisms, which is very bad, and this would happen with the nanoparticles, and we have seen many of the cases where this is now this is something that has become a reality. So that's why statement number 3 is also correct. And we have been asked which of the following are correct. So option D, that is 2 and 3, these two are correct statements. Moving on, the last question in science and technology. Consider the following statements. DNA barcoding can be a tool to 1. Assess the age of a plant or an animal, distinguish among species that look alike, identify undesirable animal or plant materials in processed food. DNA barcoding. We have been asked about DNA barcoding. Now, what do we generally do with barcodes? Barcodes basically will be used, let's say, in any commodity, any product that you see in the market, and when you buy these things, you might see that there will be a barcode reader which will read the barcode. Even if you go to buy something, you'll see that the cash counters, etc., will do this. So here what happens is that they read the information about the product from that barcode. Same goes for DNA barcoding as well, that DNA can be used here to store the information in the DNA as a barcode, and that can be used at a later stage. So that's why this is something that can be called as DNA barcoding. So first and foremost, if you look at the second statement, it's an easier statement. Distinguish amongst species that look alike. Here DNA barcoding can be used, and with the DNA barcoding we would be able to distinguish between the two kinds of species that we see. So 2 definitely is correct. Now if they had to make a difficult question out of this, there could have been one more option which says 1, 2 and 3, but fortunately for us there is no 1, 2 and 3. 2 definitely is correct, so this can't be correct, this can't be correct. Now 1 and 2 and 2 and 3. Assess the age of plant or animal. Now age of plant and animal, it is very difficult that DNA barcoding would be able to assess the age or identify the age of an organism with the help of the DNA. That becomes a very far-fetched thing. So although there is research, there are researches which are going on this, and that's why maybe in the future this will become a part of all the advantages that we have with DNA barcoding, but not in the present scenario. So that's why 1 should not be considered as correct. So if 1 is not correct, C is not correct and D is correct. Identify undesirable animal or plant materials in processed food. This can be done with the help of DNA barcoding, and one of the advantages of DNA barcoding is this. So that's why statement number 2 is correct, statement number 3 is correct, and that's why the correct answer here will be D. So this is it for all the questions that we have for science and technology. We have just a very small segment left, which are a set of miscellaneous questions which were asked in your paper, and these are questions which are direct in nature. These are factual questions. So let's have a discussion on these questions. It will not take a lot of time. So the first question, in India, what is the role of Coal Controllers Organization? It is the major source of coal statistics in the government of India. This is actually correct, that this is a major source, and through an act in 2008 this was established. Then it monitors progress of development of captive coal or lignite blocks. This is also correct. It hears any objection to the government's notification related to acquisition of coal bearing areas. This is also correct. It ensures, so now if you look at the options that have been given, you would know that you have only one option left anyway, that is A. It ensures that coal mining companies deliver the coal to the end users in the prescribed time. No, it has nothing to do with this, because most of the times you will see that Coal Controllers Organization is mostly with respect to, or handles all the data and everything related to it for for coal. So that's why this is not correct. So correct answer here, that's why will be 1, 2 and 3. Question number 2. Question number 2 says, consider the following statements. The India Sanitation Coalition is a platform to promote sustainable sanitation and is funded by the Government of India and the World Health Organization. Then the National Institute of Urban Affairs is an apex body of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs in the Government of India and provides innovative solutions to address the challenges of urban India. So National Institute of Urban Affairs exactly has this role, so that's why statement number 2 definitely is correct. The India Sanitation Coalition is a platform to promote. Now here World Health Organization is not involved, all right. World Health Organization is not involved, so that's why statement number 1 is not correct. So correct answer, that's why here will be 2 only, that is B. Moving on, the next question, the last question for the day for you. With reference to Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, consider the following statements. 1. Private and public hospital must adopt it. Now again you must think that, okay, extreme statement, must, but this time this is correct, that the hospitals have to adopt it. As it aims to achieve universal health coverage, every citizen of India should be a part of it ultimately. Again an extreme statement, but again a correct statement. That this is the entire goal, this is the basic goal of Ayushman Bharat, that every citizen in India has to get all the benefits of Ayushman Bharat. So universal health coverage, that is. So that's why this is correct. It has seamless portability across the country. Yes, this also is true. So all the statements that have been given here are correct. So that's why the correct answer here will be 1, 2 and 3. So with this, we come to the end of the session, the discussion for your prelims examination. I hope that this session helps. We have done a good analysis, a very huge analysis with regards to each and every question that we saw. I hope that you have performed well. Best of luck for your mains examination. Thank you very much and good night.